Oh, yep, we're live now. Welcome, it's Unstoppable Stiletzi again, and we got another Wars of Liberty cast of game stream today. And there's a reason why we're having another one after we've already done like two this week. Because there was a hotfix release this morning. Yeah. So, hotfix is out. A lot of things were fixed and modified. It's important that we get done the recordings from the old game so that I can finally patch my game and move on to the new ones, right? I didn't feel like going through the trouble of building a new directory and stuff, and yeah, I just want to get them all done because not only did people submit recordings from the old version today, they submitted games from the new version today. Because I explicitly told them, hey, I'm going to be casting this old stuff and getting it out of the way. If you have anything you want to add to the stack, please do. And all that stuff came in. From what it looks like we got about, I'd like to say like 9 or 10 from the old version, and then we got like 6 or 7 from the new one. The recordings in total amount up to like 17, right? We still got to do this T versus N game 4 that we didn't get to last night because I was like, I don't think I can do a good job casting anymore. I'm getting tired of talking. I'd rather just play some Star Wars or something, so I shifted it. So yeah, gotta do that. We got some old 2v2s that I haven't even touched into yet, and then we're gonna go through the new stuff after that, and all that totaled is like 17 recordings. Big things about this version here that we need to discuss. So, Uzbeks are finally, legit. It's no longer a cheat sieve anymore. So if you want to play Uzbeks in like your 1v1s and team games and stuff, no more guilt. But that does mean you're going to have to put in a little bit more effort now because they took that trickle rate on the sheep and they brought it down to like 0.01. They made it as small as they humanly could because they know every time your research says yellow madrasa text, every time you get selective breeding, nomadic pastoralism, the rate's going to go up because it's a fattening rate thingy. So they just decided to bring it down to like the lowest rate possible. So the multiplication of the rates is fair, which I thought was a good move. They nipped it in the bud. They also took their ultimate unit, the Chagrid Pisha, and they gave it a full malice against all caveats, not just the assault class anymore. And I thought, honestly, that makes a lot of sense because, well, it's a very powerful skirmish unit. It does a ton of damage like the Abyss gun in so many ways. So, hey, that was a pretty logical, balanced move, honestly. So I thought that was good. They also indirectly buffed the Saudi Arabians by basically giving them some better card options, I think, earlier on. Namely, they moved Wadi Al Ajman to H2 like I suggested. That was big. Not only that, they fixed the delis that they get for the Ottoman courtiers, so now they actually get upgrades, making that more viable. Also, there was a bug where you weren't getting free Bedouins with the Ottoman courtiers, I guess, and they sort of fixed that. And I hope they fix the thing with the caravans and the domestic Saudi courtiers because that's something I mentioned as well. Yeah, I hope they did because if they didn't, that would be a little annoying. But whatever, whatever's. But what else? They did actually nerf Korea slightly by actually reducing the they made it slower to train free villagers from the Grand Palace in the early game. And if you want like the rate that you were getting villagers initially, you have to go to Imperial Age. Now I don't know by what rate that they reduced the spawn rate from. If it's like astronomically different or basically now the Korean economy is a little bit more manageable for enemy civs to fight. I think still Korea is an S tier civ. It's just now they might move like below like probably the British, maybe the Ottomans at this point. We'll have to reassess it. Because that was actually a pretty significant change that affected the Korean early game quite a bit. It obviously doesn't stop Korean players from trying out other wonders, and in some ways, it kind of brought other wonders to the spotlight because people will now be like, all right, it's not totally a dominant grand market type of game now. Now you might actually have a reason to like maybe pick another wonder that you wanted to try. So yeah, Even though you can still arguably run Grand Palace, it's just not going to be as big of a leap of a boom as it was before. Because before, I think the thing we were all going back and forth on with the Koreans was the possibility that their free villagers from the Grand Palace were almost acting like a second Ottoman town center for the Civ, which, that's pretty big. But at the same time, it didn't stick out like a sore thumb either. So it was kind of tough to say what needed to be done with Korea. They could maintain their S tier status without people calling them a cheat Civ, which I think they were never a cheat Civ. They were just very, very they were the borderline between insane and very good. Because again, when I faced stronger players with Koreans, I would have still had problems. So yeah, I think overall, though, this was a great change that they did, and they didn't mess with anything else, too, which I appreciate. Obviously, the Myung stats were totally fine. Spearman stats were totally fine. Everything else was totally fine because a lot of those stats were based off of stuff from the Asian dynasties. So, yeah, and earlier, so that was not the issue. So, yeah, most definitely. What else was changed in this patch? I think they fixed a lot of the out-of-sync problems. Hopefully we won't see those a lot in the gameplays anymore, though they could occasionally show up. I also heard that they updated the trickle rates on the yellow madrasa text of the Persians. I don't know if they were good changes or bad ones. Did they reduce them? Did they increase them? I don't know. We'll have to look at that at some point. I mean, Persia was not an OP Civ by any means. They were totally fine. You know what I'm saying? Afghans and Uzbeks were the beast of the Middle East culture. Saudi was Iran was the middleman, and then Saudis were either middleman or just below that. But now Saudis are looking a lot better. Yeah, I think now Saudis are going to be much more accessible to other players now. I'm just trying to type some stuff in here. Trying to share the stream with the Discord service like I always do. Yeah, it's the only way I get it out to the people that were live and stuff. So I always go through a bajillion Discord server hey, you want to watch? You want to watch? You want to watch? And then they come and watch. Yeah. It's what we do here. I don't have any bot to do it for me, so I have to do it manually, which is a little annoying, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, once I do patch my game, I'm going to be pretty interested in trying out the Saudi Arabians for myself and seeing, okay, do these Saudis look viable now? Because that's what I want to see mainly. I want to see if these Saudi Arabians have really shined and really grew. Because if they did, I'll be pretty happy, Because I thought the Saudi concept was really good. Basically, it was like the Egyptians, but now something that's a lot more reasonable and viable. So I think, yeah, I think the Saudi Civ will totally outperform the Egyptians in the previous versions. And I'm happy to see what they'll do with the Egyptians in the future to make them into a great Middle East Civ, too. Instead of being the weird caravan African Civ that they were before. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get that in this version. We'll have to wait for a future version to get that. Probably this year, I think. We might also get some new Civs this year, too, from what it looks like. I heard in the next patch we're going to get Venezuelans added to the game and the new, completely revamped Colombia Civ. So we will be getting Venezuelans this year, it sounds like. Which I think is awesome because we just had, 4 new Middle East Civs added to the game. We're already hearing about new Latin American Civs being added to the game very soon, Venezuela's definitely coming on the horizon. Maybe not Ecuador and Cubans. Those are still on the drawing board, and they're still working some stuff out with them. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But I think, honestly, this new Colombia design is going to be pretty good because they're going to have, this whole new native ally thing that has, 4 or 5 units involved, which I think is pretty strong. And I guess one thing that we found out, which is pretty interesting, is the whole tent barrack system that the Colombians had? They're actually going to be moving that to the Cubans. And I guess they're going to be giving some other bonuses to the Colombia Civ. Which I thought, that's interesting, actually. Yeah, no. I hope they got some strong bonuses for Colombia now. because they're going to be looking slightly different. Totally. I do want to see that Ecuador Civ though with their cool ultimate building that like grabs cards from other cultures randomly and stuff. I want to see how sophisticated that is. If it could literally like grab any card from any civ or culture, that's like really big, honestly. Very big. And I definitely want to see that in full fruition if that's the case. Trying to think what else now about stuff I learned from Wars of Liberty today. Yeah, no, I was just really excited to see this, hotfix out so soon. I mean, it wasn't out super duper soon, but it came out. I think if a hotfix comes out less than a month from the patch release, it's very good. Because obviously they were able to find really the majority, if not all, the issues that were going on and just wipe them out. That's really, really nice, basically. Totally. Alright. I'm about, 75% of the way through the Discord stream sharing stuff. It's super arduous and it takes a lot of time, but it's totally worth it. It gets us the most possible views here. What you really want. We want tons of people to know about Wars of Liberty and come play it with us. That'd be awesome. Yeah, no. I would love to have a lot more Wars of Liberty players playing this Middle East stuff with me and everything. And maybe even have multiple, rooms in Radman and stuff constantly going. That would feel pretty unique. Does happen a lot, but if we could ramp it up even more, that'd be even better, man. Love that quite a bit. I was so happy today when I was finding a graphic for today's stream that I got the screenshot perfect. Pretty close to perfect. I didn't have to modify it at all. It was so easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's one of the new native sites for the Middle East that will be coming in one of the hotfixes in the future. Because right now they don't have any of those native sites on the maps, but once they add them, it's going to be pretty nice, It's going to be quite nice actually to see some new native sites. Because when's the last time we had new native sites in Wars of Liberty? A long, long, long time ago. Ages ago. I can't even tell you how long a time ago it was when we had new natives. I don't think they even added new natives for years. I don't think they had new natives at all, honestly. I don't think they did. If I remember correctly, I don't think they even added new natives. They just used the ones from the War of Triple Alliance and just expanded them onto more maps and stuff. That's if I remember correctly. Yeah. So, good news. We can now start casting these games. I just finished up with the Discord, housekeeping stuff. We should be ready to start commentating on this stuff right now. Alright, here we go. Let's go into the first recording. T versus N4. This will be the first one, and then we'll go on to those 2v2s that have been sitting on my pile for 2 weeks. And then we're going to come around to do the new stuff, yeah. Awesome. So we got Nathan playing as Italians. And what do we got Vringo playing as? Vringo is playing as Danish. Okay, so if you've seen my streams lately, we've kind of learned that Vringo has been trying to learn the Danish Civ, which, I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, I personally don't consider the Danish to be a super uber strong civ myself for the Europeans, so I'm surprised Vringo's picking such a difficult civ to learn, but I think it's totally welcome, totally. The thing you gotta understand about Danish is they actually start the game with all these XP crates in their base, and it's enough XP crates to actually give them an early game shipment. So, yeah. The Danish get an early access to a shipment, and then soon later you'll obviously have a second shipment. So it's pretty normal for the Danish to get 2 Age 1 cards in a 1v1 just because of that, because you get one shipment within the first few seconds of the game through the crates, and then you get another shipment within a relatively similar time frame that you would for a regular civ, so you get 2 shipments. So that's really nice. Yeah, having that extra shipment early on can go into all sorts of things. You can get extra bills. You can get a food trickle like Colbertism. It's really up to you how you decide to handle it, but overall, it just gives you a bit of an extra advantage. Also, with Danish, you get these cool things called Golden Ages that you get when you send cards or you age up. Golden Age is basically this period where you get increased XP bounty from training stuff, building stuff, and killing stuff. Leads to a lot of shipment potential, and it's really nice. Like, you'll want to like plan your building and your fighting and stuff around them to get even extra cards, which is great. And then you get this cool thing too called the Ox card, which starts out being sort of like a booster unit because it actually improves the gather rate of your bills. And then later on you can turn it into like an economic building, like a mill, plantation, dock, whatever you want. Gives you a bit of flexibility as a civ. So yeah, Danish bonuses are all over the place, whereas the Italians are a bit more simple to understand. So the thing you gotta understand about the Italians is they have two villager types. You got the merchants, and then you have the architects. This is basically the same way it's set up in like the 5th edition, right? Where you have like regular vills and then you have architects. The big difference is that these villagers can't actually build stuff, but the architect can. But however, the architect can't do any sort of economic stuff. He can just sort of stand around like this. He can't mine. He can't woodshop. He can't hunt. No berries. You gotta use your merchants for that, like this, like that. What the architect does is he helps you to construct your buildings, and the way he does it is he trains wagons, and the wagons turn into the buildings. So he doesn't build things directly, he just uses wagons to do it for you. Yeah, and there's different types of wagons you can make. There's a town wagon that lets you build a house, market, dock, various other early game structures. You got a military wagon that lets you build a barracks, stable, or safe house. A frontier one that lets you build trading posts, towers, and your tavern for the mercenary production. And not only that, you even have more wagons, like an agricultural one that you can make plantations and mills with. You got a engineering one that you can build an arsenal with, or the foundry with. And then you have like a capital wagon that you can make a basilica or a capital with, which is like the biggest one to get. Yeah. So there's all sorts of different wagons you can work around with in this game pretty much. But yeah, the bonuses are a lot simpler, I think, for the Italians than it is for the Danish. The Danish are sort of all over the place with their stuff, whereas the Italians are a bit more predictable with their stuff. Doesn't make them weak, by the way. The biggest thing Italy does is the ability to like churn out buildings very quickly, because as you get later into the game and you have a ton of excess wood, you can quickly have like 10-20 barracks being popped out at the same time, because you don't have to assign villagers to those jobs. You can just build them with wagons, and the wagons will actually build them quicker than villagers do on their own. So yeah, you end up winning in late game as far as infrastructure is concerned. That's really where the Italians really stride in, is basically their infrastructure stuff. Yeah, totally. 100%. Yep. Let's see what Italy's aging up with. The statesman. Okay, so that's a lot like the governor in the 5th edition. Basically the politician that gives you the gold and gives you the tower wagon that you can construct. That's basically it. Whereas Fringo, going up with the enlightened quartermaster. Yeah, that's sort of the thing. Because Danish, when they were first released, had special types of politicians called enlightened politicians, the ones who give you the golden ages. They didn't actually bother updating the politicians at all to have the new names and looks. You still have a quartermaster instead of an artisan, which is interesting. It's a bit of a peek into the past, honestly. No, I don't know in the future if they're going to like update those politicians and rework them at all or what. But should be interesting either way, yeah. I'm just looking to see here if we got everything we need to look at. Varingo's going with Frontier Defenses. It's a infinite card that gives you about 2 tower wagons. And obviously, with those towers, you'll be able to put it anywhere you need. You can either turtle them around the town center and prevent the enemy from killing you, or you can put it out onto the map near your hunts and mines so that you can exert some sort of map control. That's what makes the Frontier Wagons card so good, because it's an infinite card that you can use again and again and again. And if you want to build 6 towers with it, you totally can. If somebody kills your towers, you can totally use the card again too. So yeah. And the cost value is about 500 wood on its own, and then the towers just build so fast without a villager, and that's the extra value on top of that you get with it, basically. So it's a really neat thing to send. Now, in general, with this Varingo deck, it's got a ton of crates. Lanzolatars here. He does have milled coinage. This is one that helps you with your mining rate, pretty much. So you can gather more from gold mines. I think it's replacing established Ironmonger, I believe. And then in H3, he's got Lanzolatar, Falconet, Fort, some eco stuff, a training card actually. So yeah, it's pretty good. I find it interesting how he actually doubles up on the Engineers though. These are a ultimate unit that the Danish gets. It's basically a musket unit that also can use a hammer to break apart artillery, making it a counter artillery unit. It can also repair your artillery too and heal it. And I think its range attack is actually crush damage too, so it actually ignores pierce armor like skirmishers as well, making it a pretty cool flexible special unit. Yeah, totally fun to use. So yeah, right now looks like Danish are bringing in some gold, going for a fast fortress. Just notice how he's picking up the steam machinery here. Steam machinery is your first mining tech to help with the gold rate, so that combined with 700 coin will be a fast fortress. Looking at Nathan though, let's see what Nathan's up to. So Nathan is doing the fast fortress too, and he kind of beat Varingo to the punch, and he got the first one. This means that Nathan is likely going to be shipping in Bersigliates or Alpini and perhaps harassing Varingo's position. That's what it seems like. Because he's got 2 Bursa shipments and he's got 1 Alpino one. These guys are your Dragoons, the Bersigliates, and your Alpini is your Skirmisher. He's actually going to get the Alpini. Now the Alpini, while it is statistically weaker than a standard Skirmisher, has about 24 range. So it has as much range as a Longbowman with Yeoman. So they can basically snipe things from very far away. That's what makes the Alpini exceptionally good for the Italians, is the fact that it's such a long-range skirmish unit. And that should help them out quite a bit there, I think, yeah. Now, we'll have to see how Varingo responds to this. He's opening up barracks, which, I don't know if the barracks is really the place you want to start in, honestly. Yeah. Another thing, too, I think Varingo's missing out because he doesn't have the Age 4 card that doubles the effects of arsenal techs. That would have been a great add. But unfortunately, he has too many shipments of the Engineers to do that, I think. Yeah, kind of unfortunate. Well, he's going to be aging up now with the Enlightened Fairy Tale Author. I believe he gives you a large golden age, if I remember correctly. So, he's actually a pretty good one to go for, basically, yeah. And he's actually a very historically renowned figure that started a lot of the modern fairy tales that you teach kids in preschool and stuff. So yeah, pretty important figure actually. Now, after he ages up, I don't know what Varingo's next plan is going to be, because now he's going to be dealing with 24 range skirmishes in the Alpini, and he's going to need probably some sort of Hussar counter to that. I don't think he's going to be able to get a lot out of his barracks, because even if he were to go skirms himself, you're talking a unit that has 4 range over your skirms and can potentially kite and do all sorts of micro tricks on you. So you got to be really careful with that, basically. It can get quite tricky. And now he's getting a Bursa shipment out too. He also built a stable on top of a barracks, so he Nathan has both unit classes available. He can either go like Hussar or Cuirassier from the stable, or he can sort of go full infantry here. Yeah. Italy, as you know, doesn't get like real dragoons because these Basiglianes sort of take up that role pretty much. So yeah, kind of something to keep in mind. Looks like he's moving forward with both the Basiglianes and the Alpinis. Looking to strike at Varingo right now. Yep, here he comes. Yeah, quite the mass there. It's got quite a bit. He's going to be training more Alpini, it looks like. I think that's probably the smart move to do. Because, you know, your opponent... Does he have any sort of recon on his opponent's base yet or no? So he knows that he has a barracks and he doesn't see a stable. So I think, yeah, indeed, Alpini is the way to play. Because no matter what Varingo makes from a barracks, Alpini are just going to do really well with that 24 range. Even if he makes skirms again, Alpini will still be most likely the superior unit. So yeah, this would be quite good actually, yeah, totally. Okay, he's picking up steel traps, it looks like, and then the wood chopping too. They're shipping in Basiglianes. Wow, that's quite a bit. Totally. Alright, looks like Nathan's getting his own steam machinery right now. Varingo already had that research for a while. Okay, so Varingo's actually just going to use the fort to train Hussars. Unfortunately, though, they won't be veteran because he doesn't have a stable built yet to upgrade them. But I guess that'll have to do for now. I think, honestly, in this situation, you could run mass scout units in the form of Hussars because not only will you completely destroy the Alpini skirms, in mass you probably could deal with Basiglianes too because they are a maneuver. While they do have hand multipliers against the scout class, Hussars in mass, I think, will just overwhelm them. Totally. Alright, so Varingo's coming to the defense of his vills here. Looks like Varingo is actually looking to put a tower here on top of the fort. So he's reinforcing this area. The fort is already serving Varingo some good. Taking out, almost taking out a Basigliane there. These Hussars are doing a great job. Fort takes out an Alpini. Tower's going to be going up right now, even though Varingo did lose a few vills trying to get it set up. Fort kills that Basigliane. Once that tower goes up, it's going to exert a little bit of control over that area, so that it'll be a little bit harder for Nathan to just sit there and shoot at stuff. Oh man, Varingo's losing more vills in this area. He's got to be careful. He can't lose too much stuff, or else it might end badly. He's shipping in about 2 falconets right now. Probably your best move at this point. If you're going to fight Alpini, it's going to be with artillery, probably. Or cav. Good news is the Basiglianes, compared to like mounted horse maneuver units, they don't have multipliers against artillery, so the falconets are slightly more safe against these dismounted dragoon units rather than the mounted ones, because the Basiglianes is sort of based off like Eagle Rudder Knights, except they have the rate of fire of a gunpowder unit instead of like a javelin thrower, which does make a bit of a difference actually. Oh, good. Using the falconets up on the cliff to shoot a vill. Ooh, is he going to get another one? Ooh. Oh, no. All right. No, that was a good trick. I've seen Varingo do this. He'll take advantage of the geography of the map And if he can get a cliff right here, he'll put those cans right there and go boop. And just wipe stuff up from above. Yeah. Looks like Ringo is now researching his Palisse. Again, veteran Hussar. Palisse is basically a arsenal tech that adds more pierce armor onto the Hussars, making them even more durable against bullets. Yeah, because if you remember from Legacy, the tech for Cav at the arsenal was Cavalry Cuirass that just add more HP. Now this arsenal tech he's researching, Palisse, is actually going to give him more armor on his scout units, thus allowing the Hussars to tank up more pierce damage, making them more impervious to bullets. But particularly, negating the damage of the Basigliaires even further, making the Hussars pretty good against everything involved. And I think in this case, the Hussars will be much better off against the Alpini, because not only does he have the 20% additional stats from Veteran, now he's got that pierce armor too. It'll make a world of difference. And plus he has 2 Falconets to boot, so that should help out on its own, honestly. Coming back to Nathan, he's going to be selling down too. He just picked up his 1,000 gold and his fort. He's going to have a fort. He's probably going to put it, maybe he might put it over here, because he's got like 3 gold mines here that he could protect. Yeah, there's a lot of gold mines on this map, mind you. So if you happen to get all these gold mines, just try to like set up a fort over here, and you're eating up an easy peasy lemon squeezy 1,500 gold between the 3 mines, which is very good. So I think that'll be pretty awesome, actually. Yeah, totally. Should be quite helpful. Now it looks like the Falconets are sort of limbering in a little bit. Fort's going to be, again, I think the fort's going to go right here for Nathan. He's also going into Industrial Age, it sounds like, because look, he's pretty much farming his resources and not spending them, so he is going to go for an Industrial Age push. Also, he has an industrial wagon, so I think he's going to get artillery too. Yeah. Nathan is a fan of training Falconets with his foundry quite a bit, so wouldn't surprise me if he actually went ahead and trained some Falconets here as well. Because unfortunately for Italy, they don't get the two Falconet shipment like other Europeans do, so they're kind of lackluster in that way. But he does have the 2 Howitzers in Age 4. And those could be some really good ways of dealing with, Ringo's Falconets and sieging the building, too. Because in Wars of Liberty, they got rid of culverins, and they sort of allowed mortars to also act as culverins as well and killing artillery, making them even more useful. Some raiding is occurring here. Basigliaires are walking through. Oh, God. I think he killed 2 vills so far. Ooh, got another one. Ooh, 4th one. And he can go into melee, too, and kill these Falconets. Oh, God. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Whoa. He should just go into hand with these things, man. Go into melee and just rip them apart. You don't go into range. And now he's letting the Falconet take shots at him. He just killed 2 Bursas. Wow. Oh, God. Oh, my. Look at all the Vil kills, though. This is getting a little disturbing here. I mean, Ringo's not even moving the Vils. He's just fighting the Basigliaires head on. What does he think he's doing here, man? Wow. You don't want to burn through that much economy, especially as your opponent's going into Industrial Age. He's going to find out right now that he's in Industrial Age with the Engineer. Engineer gives you 2 free Howitzers. And then he's going to be able to ship in 2 more Howitzers. And then he's going to have enough to actually start sieging after his towers and his fort then. Forcing Ringo to go pretty heavy on these Hussars here to defend his position. He is also going to Industrial Age, though, with the Enlightening King's Musketeer. That will allow him to basically get a huge army of land soldatars in a huge mass, which could help against any potential cav that Nathan does, right? If he decides to go Cuirassier or Hussar. That Lancelot mask could potentially help there, from what it looks like, yeah. Seems like right now, though, he's going to have to retreat a little bit back to this area, yeah. At least from what it seems like. Yep, just like I said, he got about 15 of them, and then he's shipping in another 14, too. He's going to follow that up by getting the veteran and likely guard upgrades on these to make them. One problem with land soldatars is, well, they are very massable because they're cheap costs, and their shipments typically contain a lot of them. They're, like, really weak. Only has a range attack of, like, 14 before upgrades. That's, like, even worse than, like, a Russian musketeer. That's, like, really bad. Yeah, you're really supposed to mass these up in huge volumes and then, like, protect cannons with them. So, I don't know. Yeah, alright, see, he is getting a factory now. Factory is likely going to be used to make Espengolar heavy artillery, which is a unique sort of organ gun-like cannon that the Danish can make. And he's probably going to spam a ton of Espengolars and try to protect them with his Landsoldats and his Hussars. And his remaining Falconet, too, because he still has one up there. What is Ringo saving up his food and gold for, by the way? Oh, well, because he's obviously has no gold wood to build stuff, right? But at this point, I would be pretty strong about you. Oh, okay, so he got a TC. That's good. That's good. I thought he was just being negligent to his wood economy. No, he was saving up for a TC, it looks like. TC should be a nice add because it helps reinforce and protect this gold mine, plus the hunt down here, too. And, like, keeps this whole sort of area up to here completely protected, yeah. So I think that's quite useful. Is Nathan, like, shipping in his next howitzer shipment yet, or nope, just going full factories? That's cool, too. That's cool, too. He is training cuirassiers, though. He's getting some assault cav. This could be problematic for the Hussars. It would kind of force Ringo to go like full micro with his Landsoldat muskets and try to blast the cuirassiers one by one. Which should be fine, but we'll see. Should be alright. Yeah. We'll find out sure enough. Yeah, totally. Okay, here's another factory right here. Where's that factory gonna go? Right in this spot. Very nice. Very good. I think we're just going to see like one huge battle here that's going to take place. I don't know who's going to win yet. I mean, some ways I like what Varingo's doing, in some ways I like what Nathan's doing. No one is particularly right in this situation. Unless Nathan gets more assault. I think if he gets more assault, it's clearly going to be like a Nathan win. But if Varingo can like diversify his portfolio, maybe get a few Dragoons, add in some Landsoldatars, and put those factories to good use on the Espengolars, I think things could really turn around and help out Varingo too. We'll just have to wait and see in who makes like probably the smart decision here. Yeah, because it's going to be interesting either way. Totally. $100%. Also, I'm watching Nathan's army movements pretty carefully here. Because Nathan actually put his fort like right in this area. It technically protects the fort more, but it exerts slightly less control over this area. Though you do have a tower there protecting that as well. So it's not the worst idea in the world, I guess. Okay, so the howitzers are touching down and they are sieging into the towers. So that's going to offer Ringo something to do there. He's going to have to deal with that. I think he might let the tower go down, but then have to do something once he moves on to the fort. Yeah, the tower is down. I'm assuming Nathan's going to move towards the fort and just keep pressing in. Though he might be a little hesitant if he feels like he's going to get creamed for doing that. So he might still, wait a bit. Now, one thing that Varingo's doing now, which is going to make a huge advantage, is he's training up Dragoons. He could also get the Royal Guard upgrade, the Jutlander Dragoons, as well, which will add 40% stats onto each of his Dragoons, making them much better. Doesn't have any upgrade cards, though. Yeah, because the Danish get some really good upgrade cards for the Dragoons. I think they even get one that gives them like more armor. Gives them more armor, and I think even more multipliers against assault. So that might be something Ringo might want to consider doing in the future, honestly. But we'll see. See if that ends up happening. Yeah, I remember back when Dragoons, before the pre-Trag rework, were just really good with the Danish. They could always get really good ones. We don't see a lot of wood development from Ringo, though. He's not really focused on housing, right? He's still sort of capped at 140 pop. I would say to get some more houses down, try to max your army out as much as you can. Because if you're going for sort of this long-term approach, the person with the biggest army is usually going to win if you make it about that, you know? But if you both have an equally sized army, then you might have a shot. Ringo can make all the best units that he wants, but if he doesn't make the army big enough and fluffy enough, then you're going to have some problems. Yeah. So now it looks like Nathan has a big batch of falconets. And he has a need upgrade to the field gun. Then you got these howitzers here too that I would imagine Nathan's going to give their guard upgrade if he hasn't already as well. Oh, he was thinking of shipping in 2 more as well, but what does he end up doing? Is he can do howitzers, or he can do one of these types of things here. I think you get the howitzers, and then you go for like a full siege, and hope that it works. Yeah, that to me would be probably your smartest play, honestly. We'll find out soon enough, I think. Yeah. Here comes the Dragoons. It's going to take a shot onto each mortar, it looks like. Wow, takes out 1 mortar right away. Backs up. Doesn't stop to kite the cuirassiers, so that just tells you the gravity of the situation. Ringo kind of knows if he stops and shoots those cuirassiers, the Alpini will, like, rip right through them. And that's why Italy can often be a good civ, because you know that these Alpini will always be able to ward off encroaching maneuver units when it comes to going assault. So yeah, going Cuirassier with Italy can be very viable, because as long as you're running Alpini, you can always almost guarantee that those Alpini will be able to blast off the Dragoons and allow your assault units in. It's a big consideration and a good way to combine different units in the Italian roster together. Yeah. Fort will be going down, I think. There's not much Ringo can do at this stage, which means the only line of defense left is the TC down here in the towers. Yeah. But unfortunately, Ringo doesn't have time to really protect it, so he kind of has to give up ground and try to just grow. All he can do is just grow like a plant and hope that that's enough. Also, why no guard upgrade? You should be getting guard on these Hussars. I think if you get guard on them, it's going to make the fight with the infantry units and the artillery much better, because you're talking like 30% additional stats. I think you definitely need to consider that right away. Oh, Ringo also shipped in the engineers. So yep, basically they do 30 crush and 2x against cannons. Very strong attack, actually. And if it comes down to it, they can actually kill some of these cannons too. So it looks like Ringo's going to move in with the Hussars against the cannons. Then he's going to have his engineers last to wait at the artillery here. So the engineers do end up wiping out a cannon, right? Where's those dragoons? Dragoons need to be fighting the assault class. You know, let your engineers deal with the cannons and the hussars. Let the dragoons deal with the assault. Because really, your Dragoons are your best Salulu to deal with that assault stuff. Right now, it looks like Vringo's winning the battle. I can see the Hussars, like, sort of overwhelming the Alpini. I think Vringo needs to micro just a little bit better, though, and focus down those Cuirassiers. Because the Cuirassiers are, like, the main threat. They're super tanky in melee, and they do splash, which could completely ruin your army if you're not careful. So, in that sense, you know, Danish has to be really careful, honestly. Yeah, totally. Whew. So it looks like Vringo survives, but his eco and food is a little bit bleak. I think he needs to get a bit more food. His gold is fine, though, because of the factories, but he should maybe shift towards more hunting. He has enough hunts. He's got a hunt over here that he's eating. He's got hunt over here, hunt over there. He's also got these middle hunts, too, that he could herd in. Vringo actually has access to really all the hunts left on the map if he wants to start herding them in and using them. So I would say get all that food, build a big beefy army, and just go for Nathan. Go for Nathan right away, man. Okay, so Nathan's going for a raid with Berserkers. They're Berserker daddies. And you're going to have to sort of garrison inside the tower. Yep, go inside the outpost. Protect the vills. Hopefully wipe some of those out, maybe. If he's doing Lensul, that's is he gonna upgrade him? Yeah, get him to guard. I mean, it won't make a huge difference because of the bad stats, but every little bit that you could add makes a bit of a difference, I think, here. Now, do we see any Alpini from Nathan? No, he's going full maneuver. He's going full maneuver right now. He's not even at skirmishing anymore. I think he's expecting like a full Hussar push or something, and he just wants to go full maneuver, which I think is pretty fair. But the thing is, Vringo is stacking Lanceoldatars, and having all that range support might, you know, push it a bit more in Vringo's direction, I think. At least I think so. We'll have to be super observant and see if that actually ends up happening or not. Oh god. Oh my, whoa. No towers here or anything? Dude. Don't lose your eco like that. This one's like 3 or 4 bills over there. This one's still somehow alive, but not anymore. Ah, there you go. Bing. Ooh, those Dragoons doing a great job, honestly. Yeah, just wipe them all out. You can see him going for all the arsenal techs now. You got Cockade, Breach Loaders. Didn't he just research Palisse? I thought he did. Breastplate, Heat Shot, Improvised Grenades, and then Deodonates. Wow, quite a bit. This is basically the replacement to counter infantry rifling. It allows skirmish units to shoot faster. So instead of doing multiplier improvement, it literally just lets the skirmishers shoot quicker, which makes skirmishers better against other things that aren't muskets and dragoons. But in that specialization against muskets, it's gonna be a little bit less, just slightly. Yeah. Also, Ringo. That's Nathan. That's why I'm seeing him get this. I was like, wait a second, didn't Ringo make this? No, that's Nathan. He's going for a massive Falconets too. Going for a huge, massive Falconets. He's also going for Guard Lansoldatar. He's going to upgrade his backbone units, too. He's also got Guard on the Hussar, which is totally necessary. He's actually going to move the Lansoldatars up to the top and maybe try to do some sort of flanking maneuver with them. Yeah, no. I think that could be a rather good tactic, honestly. We'll have to see if it works, though. I think it should work pretty good, honestly. We'll see. Looking forward to seeing him pull this tactic off, honestly. Totally. Tower's down. Foundry's going to be next. Okay, so yeah, see, this is the weenie problem you run into here. The Bursas are going to have to, like, one-shot each of these Hussars because they don't have multipliers against them. So it is going to force sort of Nathan to try to micro a bit here. And now that Ringo's bringing his Engineers forward, he is going to try to climb in from this side too. The one good thing Nathan is doing is using the geography to his advantage. There's a big amount of trees here, which is going to make it hard for Ringo to go straight after the cannons. Though he might not need to because of these Engineers that can just shoot them. I'm assuming he's going to... Yep, he is. He's sniping them. Sniping them with the Engineers right now. He's taking out so many cannons right... Look at all the cannons that are just dropping. Plus, Ringo still has a massive Hussars here. He has all his range stuff still, like the Dragoons and the Lanceolets. He's making a real push into Nathan's position. Let's surround him with Hussars over here. Oh god, Ringo's eating into his army so good. Totally good. Plus Ringo's going to be shipping in a big army of like 14 Lanceolets and training more Falconets. He still has a Falconet over here, by the way, but he's got even more artillery. Bursas are still alive, but not a lot of them. I think the Engineers will just eat right through their armor, honestly. Just like that, yeah. More Bursas are coming out. What else is Nathan doing? Is he just going full Basigliani? Yeah, it looks like it. I don't know about this. I would go Alpini if it was me. Get some Alpini out, because now the Hussars are pretty much dead. Yeah, no. You probably just want to get some, you know, some skirmish to deal with this stuff, I would say. Even the 24 range could be good against the cannons, too. So, yeah, I would make a shift towards skirmish, at least partially here. Give yourself some better odds, probably. Yeah. Yeah, get those Lanceoldatars on top of the Bursas right now, wipe them out. Then you can just go through the rest of the buildings here. How much resources? Nathan has a ton of food, but he has, like, no wood. Or gold, I should say. He has plenty of wood. He's floating a ton of food and has no gold. Does he have a market, right? Does he have a market? Is it a mercado? Because you might want to get a market right now and start trading some of that food off. I think that would be really good for you. Yeah, because you're going to have to trade some of this food. to survive because he's burned through all of his gold here, making units that are just dropping like flies. But he does at least make the shift into Alpini though. Problem is he does not have the guard upgrade yet on him. He didn't really invest too heavily into these, and thus he's going to be a bit hampered. And of course, Ringo has a huge army of field guns on him now, and he just wiped out a whole battalion of Alpini. And the R1's going to be... he's losing all of his infantry now. This is not great. This is a big push against Nathan here. I think he completely miscalculated his army. Now he's, losing it now. I think if he got those Alpini out sooner and maybe backed him up with some, I don't know. I would say maybe even Hussars could have made a world difference. Yeah, because you needed to basically just break that wall of land soldat infantry and then get some hand cap in there and just wipe out those Valks and turn the tide. Because now, the factories are within the crosshairs. You got a factory there, you got a factory here. This one will go down first, and then this one after that. He's been trying to get so much gold from the plantations right now. He's just not able to keep up with it. He's actually forced to get Why is he getting volunteers for? Plain volunteers? Is he... You should have just traded to get more Alpini. Why are you making those? God, this is bad. This is really, really bad, man. You don't want to be in this situation. Totally not. Totally not. Big oopsie doodle. A little too late with the Cuirassiers, but probably the best thing you can do at this point. Yeah. Yeah, Nathan is sort of cooked. And the saddest thing is he's got full in resources too. You just can't use it properly. Didn't have any sort of training cards, right? Yeah, no. Totally not. I mean, if you think you're going to run into this situation, try to run fencing school as the Italians. Because fencing school with the Italians is particularly useful because your unit, the Persiglieri, is a maneuver unit, which means not only are you getting free, faster training infantry, you're getting faster training dragoons as well, which is a little bit more valuable than most of the cids that get fencing school or Bafing from. So yeah, I think that in itself was a bit of a mistake, but okay, I'll take it either way. Wow, GG's. Okay, that was the end of the Nathan versus Ringo series that we saw last night. Now we're going to go into some 2v2 games. Got about two versus 2 submitted by El Verde from a long time ago. And then we're going to look at the rest of the recordings that people submitted for this old version. And then we'll go on to the new version, and yeah, that'll be quite good actually. So that should be pretty awesome. Let me look up real briefly what that recording is, and then we'll put it on. Alright, so I found the recordings here. Trying to scroll over to it now. Let me zoom in. Actually, I can't see it. It is called El Tiata T versus Alucard T. Alright, let's do that one now. And then El Tiata T versus Nat T. Let's check these ones out. So let's look at this one first, and then we can look at the Nathan one. Yeah, should be pretty fun actually. We don't do a lot of 2v2s usually. It's kind of a unique experience. Yeah. I'm cooking up some French fries too, some crinkle cut fries. So I'm kind of hungry. Alright, so we got Gorgorito and Alucard playing against Ringo and Nathan. Nathan is doing Inca, and Ringo's doing Japan. Right? So we got Japan and Inca going up against Argentines and Chinese. Okay, this is a kind of an interesting one. Yeah, I like this matchup actually. Japan and Inca against Argentines and Chinese. So, matchup wise, who do I think has an advantage here? It's really tough to say. You also have to consider that the map is Siberia, which means a lot of hunts for Varingo. Obviously, when you play in Japan, best thing you can have, a ton of hunts that you can put your shrines on. So you gotta consider that aspect of it. Also, if Ringo's picking up a 50 wood treasure here, this will be a good advance for setting up shrines. I mean, I think what happens is we see Varingo go Kie Skirmisher, and then Nathan will go with the Huamakas and Okarunas. So we'll have like a spear skirmish sort of mass, and that could be very deadly. But on the other hand, you look at Argentina. Argentina can execute a large number of either Infernale mounted pikemen or the muskets of Patricios and just like spam them like crazy with their herdable eco. And then China's the same way. China's just a really good spam and swarm civ with their cheap, easy banner armies to afford. So I think it's going to be spam, spam, spam from the Argentine and China players. And then you're going to see Japan and Inca sort of just go with their signature combo with spears and skirmishers combined into like a force. Maybe Nathan will do some Okarunas as well for a bit of anti-skirmish, particularly to deal with the Chinese threat. But yeah, Huamaka Kie should just be fine here. That's what I would run if it was me. Totally. China's getting to market this early. Plus, again, sumptuary laws, which gives them a bit of a trickle of each resource. Pretty smart move. Let's see what Argentina's up to. So Argentina is going to go 3 Vills. No Cimarrones yet. That's interesting. Because I remember a lot of the time in the past we would always get Cimarrones first. But, hey, if he goes Vills first, that means that his early game is going to be more robust because he's going to have a few extra gatherers working for him, so that's good. Mayhaps he picks up Cimarrones' card too, though. But he's probably going to have to find some sort of XP treasure or get a TP to not lose out on his wood shipments. Maybe. We'll see. Really depends. Because I remember in the old days, you know, herdable economy was so essential to play in Argentina. And it would be like night and day. Nowadays, you know, it's like really more of a good support to get because without the Butcher's card and its old effect, you know, the gather rate's going to be a lot slower on the herbables. It's still going to be better than hunting, but yeah, you get what I mean. So let's see what we got right here. We got First Scandinavian Wave. Interesting choice. This will give Alucard access to the skirmishers, the ski troopers later on, but he will not have an immigrant unit to train in early game. So if you wanted to go like immigrant battalions, sadly you're not going to have that here, unfortunately. He is getting his market up now, probably for hunting dogs and some wood chopping, I would imagine. China's also getting their stuff. How close are they to getting a wonder? Not too far away. I think they'll probably go up with like a 16, 17, 18 villager age up. That's right. Nathan is going to age up with the High Priest for XP. And Ringo's going to go up with the Toshugu Shrine when he can afford. Should be able to get it right now. Should be able to afford it right now. Yeah. Let's see where he puts that down. I think he's going to put it... He could put it right here. This would be a good spot for a Toshugu Shrine. So that way you encapsulate the whole hunt over there. You also put it here. I might put it here, though, because this is more defensible. It's hard to defend here because we have a trade route that prevents you from building much. See, he is going to do that. I knew he was going to put it here. Yep. I was paid. It's a defensive hunt. He's going to go in with like 5 vills, though. So that's a lot of vills to build with. Because typically when I use wonders, I'll build a wonder with like 4 vills. 5 is a pretty big number. So, yeah. Should be quite nice. We'll see soon enough what their strategy is. Let's see. Is Nathan getting his Ushnu yet? Not yet. That's fine. I think they have a bit more time to establish, probably. Also, what's this treasure? Okay, so it's an HP one for the Explorer. So it's not that big of a deal, I think. No, not really. Let's see what Alucard's up to. So he's going to go with a 5 Gaucho shipment, it looks like. So again, a big batch of villies. Now, question is, does he go regular military or does he go outlaws? Because he does have some Codillo stuff here. He's got Codissimo, and then he's got Facundo. It turns your Codillo into like a cavalry colonel, and then he can like train on Infernales on top of outlaws. So he could totally go the outlaw route too, which could potentially help. We'll see. Because I remember Argentina gets some good outlaws, so that's another option. See, that's the thing you worry about when you face a Latin American civ. Not only do you have to worry about regular military, they can go outlaws and they can go immigrants too. So there's like 3 different like army types that the Latin Americans can like utilize, and all of them can, by the way. And they all have sort of their own advantages. You know, regular military, obviously it's going to feel very standard, so there's really no pros or cons of going with regular military, I would say, otherwise, other than it being pretty normal. Going immigrants, they don't have to be manually upgraded, so you save a ton on upgrade costs. And they shower tech and everything, that makes them pretty good. Also, they technically don't cost resources because you ship them in through a shipment, but then again, you're losing a shipment, so you can't like get any good cards if you just keep making immigrants. And then the outlaws cost gold, right? They cost a ton of gold, but they're pop heavy. The only way you kind of sort of negate that is with like Codissimo, right? And interestingly enough, Latin Americans can upgrade their outlaws with a veteran, a guard, and an imperial upgrade. So, yeah. Outlaws can indeed be upgraded with this culture, giving you like 3 reliable military sources. And of course, if you have access to Irish immigrants, you can still get your tavern and have like mercenaries too. Or Uruguay with their ultimate billings. So yeah, no. There's like so many like unit choices Latins give you access to. It's quite nice. So, looks like Alucard's going to go Patricio. Patricio in Chinese Mask from the War Academy, yeah. Now, which is he going to go for? Because he's got his Summer Palace on Standard Army, the Blue Army. Okay, so he's going with Old Han. So he's got Chukunu and the Tigermen. The Tigermen are just Quang pikemen, but they use like swords and shields now. Chukunu is, you know, pretty familiar, I think, for you. Totally. So that's good. I think he's gonna like pressure Nathan in his base maybe. Looks like Nathan's going out for a raid with Akarunas though. Okay, so I gotta explain this a little bit. So what Alucard often does, and a lot of Latin American players do when they get the Scandinavian immigrants, they'll actually scout the map with the Scandinavian worker villager that you train from the colony, because they can build a house called the Scandinavian house, and the Scandinavian house has extra line of sight, making it really good for scouting. It's almost like an Age of Empires 2 outpost that you would build in an AoE 2 game. And it often benefits you to just walk around with one of these workers and just like stick the Scandinavian houses wherever you can, basically, yeah. Okay, so it looks like Alucard also has a stable too. So he went barracks and stable. So he's got Patricios and Infernales. He's kind of combining both anti-cav sources. Now, that'll be good against Akarunas. Yeah, and the other thing I didn't mention too about these Scandi workers, they gather more resources from treasures too, so he actually gets extra treasure bounty by picking up the treasure with them versus a regular bill. You're pretty much encouraged to use your Scandinavian workers here to do all of your treasure gathering once you get them. Yeah, it's pretty important actually. Okay, Infernales are going to connect with Akarunas. This will be devastating if he doesn't retreat, because these guys are anti-cavalry. They're mounted pikemen, so they have multipliers of about 2 against these Akarunas because they have the shock tag. Look at that butchering there. That was a big butchering of his Akarunas there. That was devastating. Look at how much he lost. Jeez Louise, you gotta watch your stuff, man. And then he's gonna lose more of them because of the snaring effect. You might lose them all. You could lose every single one of these if Alucard like pays attention to it. But please, Alucard, make sure you like move these forward too. Yeah, because you don't want them like overwhelming you. Yeah, the other good thing about these mounted pikemen guys is they also have their hand armor, so they actually resist about 30% of the Akaruna's melee attack, making them even better here. That's the other reason why going Akarunas is often a pretty good strategic move, honestly, yeah. Where it seems like the Chinese pushing in hard on this side against Nathan's outposts, rushing his base up. But thankfully, though, you have a good ally like Señor Juanito Voringo, La Juanita Peruana, to protect you. La Juanita Muy Peruana. And what Voringo does really good with Japan, he spams Kie skirms. Kie skirms, these will be great against both Infernales and the Patricios. Because while these guys, the Infernales, are like a mounted pikeman, right? They don't have any scout tag. So, and they don't have any assault tag. So the skirmishers often just do full damage to them, which is really awesome because Kie spamming should be good against both of this stuff here. Now, it does look like Voringo's going to have to deal with the full army of Gorgorito, and he will retreat because he knows he cannot win this fight because of the volume of skirms. Unfortunately, Gorgorito's pathing is getting him killed a bit here, so he might have to get out quickly. Yeah. If it wasn't for Voringo, I think Nathan would be dead now. So you better be praying for your Juanita Peruana that she's going to save you. Juanita Peruana. Juanita Peruana. Yeah. Okay, so Gorgorito actually set up a war academy right here now. So he's got a bit of a forward base position. He's going to be doing... Is he going to be training like blue armies? He's still going with red armies. Still anticipating Akarunas from Inca, maybe. Yeah. I think if I was in this situation, like often when I play against Voringo and he does Japan, I usually just go with the blue army. Get these Nien Riders, because you're going to need these Nien Riders to basically kill his skirms. These are the golden ticket unit right here. Yeah, and if it was like Arena where you could train them individually, somehow I would just do that. Unfortunately, you can't do that with China, so you're kind of forced to take them with the Chukanus. Which isn't too bad, because at least it's range support, but yeah, no. Wiped out another Nathan army, and Voringo's going to be forced to save the day once again. Once again, Voringo's going to have to save the day. Yeah, Voringo really has mastered these skirmishers quite good. So, yeah, you want to be careful with Voringo when he's running Japan. He's got a good mastery of this Civ. And he's been a long-term Japan player too, so it's not like he just picked it up overnight. Ringo's been playing Japan since I've known him back in 2016. Yeah. I think I started playing with him in 2015 actually. Yeah. He's been using Japanese since then. So over a decade of experience of dealing with the Juanito Viringo with this stuff. So I know my stuff basically. Because I remember the Peruvian Civ came out around before Christmas. That's when Viringo showed up. So, yeah. I have a lot of experience dealing with this Juanito Taco. China's also aging up with the Confucian... Oh, Porcelain Tower? That's kind of an oddity. Well, actually, no. We do see it sometimes with builds with the Chinese in Definitive Edition. Yeah, but I don't see it that much in Legacy, though, honestly. Yeah. It looks like he will have to age up, though, because he's getting creamed and pummeled by Viringo skirms right now. I think Alucard sort of realizes he can't do much, and thus he's going to be going with Outlaws. Yeah, so he went to age 3 so he could get his Scout Outlaw, called the Malevo. Malevos are actually really strong, because they have multipliers against both skirmishers and scout units. So they kill hussars and they kill skirmishers too, making them a really powerful unit, because these will clean up Viringo's army and they'll kill any sort of Bolas warriors and Okarunas that Nathan makes, forcing him onto Huamaca. That's why I said Huamaca Kie is the key to winning this, because if you keep going Ocaruna and like Bolas warriors, these Malevos will be your demise. Because just like Viringo can spam a ton of Kiev skirms, Alucard could just as easily spam a bajillion Malevos. And because he's got Codissimo, he got their pop down to 3 when they were previously like 5. Which, honestly, 3 pop for this unit, very good. I mean, because it counters multiple unit classes, making it particularly flexible. And like I said too, you can upgrade your outlaws as Latin American, so these guys will only grow stronger with each age up, as Alucard continues to upgrade them for food and wood. So they get their strong Imperial Age upgrade, and then they become even better. Best thing Gorgorito can do, on the other hand, is like kind of just harass some shrines, which he can do because Tigermen are obviously a pikeman, and then the Nien Riders also have some decent siege. Interesting fact: the developers decided to nerf the siege on the Nien Riders and the immigrant variety that the Latins get. I don't know. They guess they didn't want to be siege cavalry anymore. So yeah, I guess somebody got super salty about them in 1v1 or something. It's alright, they're still good against skirms though. And I mean, a siege of like 15 is still not bad. It's definitely better than the Chukadu. And it is slightly better than these guys, so yeah. You can still sometimes see Nien Riders be used for good siege. Like I said, Huamaca's is the Salulu to the Delulu. You need spearmen. He also shipped in the Guarani Katachiman. This is a good move because these guys actually do a debuff that slows down units of the enemy, which means these Malevos might not be able to retreat out here. Oh god, he's gone with the debuff and the snare. Let's see if he loses all of them. I think Gorgorio might have to like try to shoot off these Huamacas for his friend. He's trying a little bit. He's getting a little success, but still not good. See, now he's being snared, which is gonna make things so. He's gonna have to take these Patricios and go boop, 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 like that. Okay, there he goes. All right, now he understands. All right. But yeah, now you get out. Now you get out dodge until you can like build a massive Patricios. Then you come back. Yeah. You're not gonna make it with just this right now. Yeah. I don't know what China. I think China is the one that needs to like improve the setup here. He's going full blue army, which understandable. Just make sure that they're targeted onto these, and then have the two canoes on these. If you can like maintain control groups of those banner armies, great. If you can't do that, then you might run into some issues there. That's at least what I think, personally. Oh god, yeah. Is he gonna get out alive? Yeah, he is. He is gonna retreat out. Okie dokie. So I think China, you gotta retreat back to your base and regroup with Alucard. Ah, god. Yeah, see, you're wasting troops now, man. Not good. Not good. What does he think? He's not even getting any kills out of this. I don't know what he's doing. It's like giving away troops for almost free there. Almost for free. Yeah, get back to your base. You should, like, group with Alucard. Alucard's the one that's going to keep you alive. Because Alucard now is going to shift into Matreros. These guys, the Matreros. They're basically lassos. They're like cowboys that throw lassos at you. And they deal about 2 splash attack and then 1.25 against heavy infantry. Plus they have some multipliers against maneuver now too. They actually have multipliers against Vils as well. So they kill Vils too. They never used to have that. So now these Matreros will actually be quite solid. Honestly, I like it. It's quite good. I'm going to grab my french fries now while these guys regroup. God, I almost missed it. Oh, wow, look at that. Sieging his shrines, going after the skirms. Okay, Alucard's going for the throat right now, looks like. Good move, because now you know they're separated. You gotta separate, like, Nathan from Varingo so your Malevos can do their full job. Yeah, see, even so, these Kies are really fierce and annoying. Because look at all the kills he's getting, like, normally Scout can like completely butcher and slaughter, but he even had horse grenadiers mixed in. Oh yeah, because he built his estancia. He can train horse grenadiers too. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. That's crazy. Now what Alucard might want to do is get like advanced arsenal and get the steel point spear. This steel spear point, which will add more scout multipliers so that they can counter skirmishers easier. Yeah. But, oh no. Oh no, here comes the Huamakas. Yeah, Yep, it's got the Huamakas on. Oh god, look at that. They swung down and wiped out his Malevos too. Oh, not good. Not good, senor. Oh no. Bonito. He's trying to use his materials, but it's not working. Ugh. Materials aren't working. Oh man, he's getting wiped out. This is crazy. Oh no. And he still has the Guarani too. So they can like debuff the enemy units and snare them in. Just doing that. So this is a death ball here. I told you, Kie Huamaka is the key to survival. Nathan doesn't even need to be doing these Bolas warriors, and I would say stop making these and just go full spear. Nathan has to be the anti-cab man, and Varingo has to be the anti-infantry man. If they do that, they will just cream these guys dead. They will just cream them dead. Cavalry hand combat. I don't know about that. He's not even going to Skulta, right? He's going Horse Grenadier? this card doesn't affect Horse Grenadiers, son, unfortunately. Unfortunately, no. Guess they got the Chukanus there. Hopefully they wob a bunch of those Wambakas did. But he's got the Bolaz Warriors there too, so they might not hit their intended target. The End Rider's sweeping up from the side though and hitting some of those Kies. Taking a few kills. Patricio's coming down with Malevos though from the north from Alucard, and they're trying to just like break through. I think the Spearmen are mostly dead, and these Malevos can go right after skirmish. Yeah, I think the Malevos. See, this is good for Alucard because not only do these guys have multis against the skirmish, they have multis against the scout class, so they actually do bonus damage to the Gunto Riders too. So Alucard almost made like the perfect unit for dealing with Ringo. He just has to worry about whatever Nathan's doing, and that's where either Gorgorito needs to help him or Alucard needs to micro his Patricios to try to blast those Huamakas. Because technically Alucard could do this all on his own as long as he has a Patricio mass, but Gorgorito's support will definitely make things facilitate a lot better. Also, Alucard is constantly adding in Horse Grenadiers too. What makes these guys special is unlike normal like Hussar units, because that's what they are, they're scout, so they're like Hussars, they have a charged attack where they throw a bomb, they throw a grenade that does like splash damage and anti-infantry and crush. They like wipe out a ton of infantry and then they go in with their swords and start slashing and slashing for like 60 minutes. You know, just like the show on CBS, 60 minutes and then, not 60 minutes, 60 seconds. 60 seconds. You get the idea though, the number 60. And then they will throw another bomb and then they'll just slash and slash some more. Yeah. That's basically how they work. But yeah, no, I mean, I think, honestly, as long as Gorgorito can support a bit, Alucard should be fine here. Because I said before, Navringa was in the favorite spot because they were running Kie Huamaca. But theoretically, if the China like can swarm the Spearmen, get rid of those Huamacas, then it's like a one-sided battle against Ringo, and I think you take the win. Yeah, that's what I think at least. Totally. And the one annoying thing about this map, Siberia, is you got the ice river in the middle. So you literally, the like big chunk of the map you can't even build a forward base on is like China or the other side, which forces them to sort of just cross it and then attack each other. Totally. It's pretty obnoxious. Yeah, he's got the Nean Riders in. Oh, he's got them in the Huamacas though. He's just throwing those Nean Riders so fast. Oh my god. Get the war chief. Get that war chief dead, the Sapa Inca. Because these guys will lose some HP in attack if you do that. Okay, Chukanus need to be on those Huamacas right now. Alucard's trying his best here to try to, like, maneuver around him, but it's kind of tough. And the Chukanu numbers are not that big either, so. Alright, Patricios have to come in now. Blast this side of the Huamacas, but they're coming up over here now, so you have to unfortunately pull back. And Nathan knows at this point he has to go full Huamaca. He doesn't have a choice. He has to just keep pressing him. And then I think his scout needs to retreat now, or at least needs to go back a bit into, because now he's got more Huamacas again. He keeps doing the thing he's supposed to be doing now, so. Yeah, you might have to just pull back with this force. Because I don't think you want to lose all these Patricios either. Right? Yeah, no. And all at the same time, Alucard is still taking care of his economy. He's getting Zebus from the Estancia. The Zebus are these huge cows. I think they have like 1,500 food in them. They take forever to fatten, but not if you put them on like a pasture or whatever. But yeah, basically once you get these Zebus, these nice big white cows, get like 1,500 food off them and you can like eat really well for a while. So it's really good that you get. Ringo also taking time to take out the Scandinavian house, it looks like, to deny line of sight, which I think is a great idea. Also, Ringo might be going into Industrial Age right now because I see he's getting some Shigumas here to counter the scout units, which I think is a great idea, but he should still mostly just go Kie, I think, because that itself is a great unit. He is going to be aging up now, I think, with the Shogunate to get cheaper units. I think he's going to get the Shogunate rather soon. Plus, he'll get a free Daimyo with that, too, or General. They can use to, like, ship in these cannons, mortars. He can get these natives. It's a really good idea, actually, to get. He's going to get close combat for his Shigumas to give him more HP, plus some more anti-cav damage, which is great. Oh, big time. Insane. So we got Patricios and we got the Horse Grenadiers, right? Very good. Still going Blue Army, I see, with China. He's sending relations with the German consulate. He's probably going to go British, I think. Yeah. Seems like an okay idea. Or he could go Russian, too, and get Russian stuff. It's really up to him. So now he's got some of the more lead units. He's got the Banner Cav and the Meteor Hammers. The Meteor Hammer is going to be like a long range Cav, you know, from Legacy, and then the Banner Cav. These are like basically mounted infantry from the 5th edition. So basically heavy cavalry that counters infantry at range. Basically just that. Looks like the Tombo is down, and they'll be moving in towards Nathan Ringo's position. I highly recommend he moves along with Alucard, though. Though it looks like Alucard's going to take the opportunity and strike right at Japan. He's going to go full in with his Espada Blancas and his Horse Grenadiers that he has up the guard. The Pala Blancas, by the way, are Royal Guard Patricios. So, slightly cheaper. Yeah. Royal Guards for Lamb Civs make the unit cheaper instead of stronger. So, Alucard will be able to spam Patricios a lot easier now. Making that part easy. Is, like, Ringo aging up? Yep, he's getting his Shogunate now, right? Oh, he's getting the Great Buddha to help him spy. Oh, okay. He tried to make a move on his Kies, but then the Shogumas showed up. So yeah, the Shogumas are really paying off for Ringo. Now we find out if the Shoguma micro with the Kies is going to be good here or not. Nathan concedes and Alucard takes the win. Interesting. Very interesting. So now we're going to see the second 2v2 that was submitted. Should be pretty fun, actually, yeah. Also, it looks like Goemon just uploaded a new game, too, so we might be able to look at that as well tonight, which would be very fun. Yeah. I'm liking the stuff we're seeing tonight so far. How are you liking it? You liking the bells? I'm loving the bells we're seeing, so yeah, I'm really impressed. Good stuff all around. I just wish I could have gone on slightly earlier, because I was having toilet issues. Yeah, unfortunately. I'm trying to remember what this recording's called again. Let me check it. Oh, scroll. It is called El Teata T versus Nathan T. Oh, so that was submitted by Nathan. I thought it was submitted by El Zelda Verde for some reason. For like the past 2 weeks, I've been saying that. Like, what is wrong with me, man? I don't even know who's submitting one anymore. Huh. Oh, this one here. Let's try this one now. Okie dokie. Greeks on this map. Wow. How lucky. See, Greeks are already putting down their free dock right now with their landowner's investment wagon, and they're going to get free fishing boats from this dock. Look at that. Free fishing boats. Isn't that awesome? Makes Greeks one of the best fish boom civs in the game because they literally don't have to pay any wood for it. It's like totally free. So it's a huge advantage. And he's teamed up with Alucard, who's doing Haiti. They're fighting Ringo, who's still doing Japan, and Gorgorito is doing Greeks. So we got double Greeks. Both teams have a Greek on the water. This might be naval warfare. Who knows? We'll have to check it very closely. What makes this even more spicy is you got both of the dogs so close to each other. You got the green Greek here, and then you have the purple one here. So, pretty close to each other to start like a naval war. Yeah. Which one is this? This is Nathan. So he's got the infinite shipment for the torpedo boat. So he can go counter water against his opponent. Can Gorgorio do the same? Sadly, no. So he's running like a full land deck. So it looks like there is the potential that Nathan just takes the water using torpedo boats by himself. Because economically it would be impossible for Gorgorito to like keep up with that, I think. Yeah. Latchkalina Bobolina is the age up. When you play as Balkan Civs like the Greeks, you actually age up at buildings and not at the town center. Greeks are the only one that can uniquely age up at the dock as well. Greek dock politicians are very special because they actually increase their build limit of fishing boats. The build limit for fishing boats for Greeks is very small, it's only 10, and you grow it by simply just aging up with these dock politicians. You can also increase it by getting fishing boat upgrades too. Leading to eventually you can get like a max of like trying to think. Like I think like 45 fishing boats, which is pretty big. Yeah. It's basically to keep the Greek Civ from getting too out of control. So Alucard takes the Arab colony, it looks like. That will give him access to the Gallego Musketeers, very strong anti-cav. Kind of, they're basically statted off of the Jundi muskets of the Saudi Arabians, so they're pretty tough actually. Could be a good unit for Alucard to do. Alucard ends up doing a fast fortress into second Arab wave. That'll grab him some good XP crates. They'll help him towards a second shipment. Actually, a third shipment. Because he already has 2 shipments, and now he's going to get like 3 consecutive shipments. So what is he going to get with all that? That's the question. So he's going to get Codizimo. So he's going to go Outlaws. And what after that? Oh, Store Credit. This can be a really good choice because Store Credit, if I remember correctly, actually, I think it allows these Arab houses to actually trickle gold. I'm trying to remember. I think that's the tech. It allows these houses to trickle gold, allowing Alucard to spam extra outlaws. Quite good, actually. I think that'll actually help out quite a bit. Oh boy. It looks like Nathan's turned some of his fishing boats into pike rapiros. You can turn your excess fishing ships into these fire ships to blow up enemy vessels. Basically like demo rafts. Like that, yep. Just blows them right up. Just like that. Wow. Good work. Because eventually you're going to run out of like fish. And you're not going to have as much to do, so you can like just use them militarily, basically. This is the first veteran upgrade for the Outlaws here. So he's upgrading his Outlaws right now as we speak. And these Arab houses are now trickling gold now too, which is really nice. Here comes the Bokors. These are the unique Haitian outlaw. They're basically like a big, strong coyote rar with a ton of damage and HP. And multipliers are good at shredding cannons, and they're good at shredding vills. They have a 20% chance of converting killed villagers into vills of their own. So they're very powerful. Nathan does a defensive Chorophylaxi shipment. These are basically 16 range muskets that you can ship in from the home city. You can make these muskets and you train from the barracks. They'll have like less HP but more damage. These ones are simply super tanky and have extra range, making them quite good. Man, they got 45 seeds too. Or 47 with the Caudillo nearby. That's pretty good, actually. Now, these Bokors are a real problem. Totally a big problem. I think they could even beat these flankers too if he focuses them on them now. Yeah. Of that whole exchange, he did get some free vills out of it. He got 2 of them to safety, while the rest were killed along the way. Uh-oh, looks like, too, Nathan's coming in with his torpedo boats, sinking all of his ships. Yeah. Basically, they have this huge torpedo mechanism that comes out and blows up the ship. Yeah. It's kind of a scary unit, actually. Oh, yeah, no. Look at that big torpedo. Kind of an interesting unit, yeah. Yep, and it blows up when it hits them. They're almost like fire ships in AoE 2 in a way because they have really bad range, basically. Oh, boy, he's going to get some free bills out of this, I guarantee you. These Bokors are going to hit him pretty hard. Free bill? See if he gets a free bill out of these ones, too. Yep, free bill. He's racking up the free bills because he's fighting skirmish. Man, look at all these free bills he's got. This is, like, brutal. So many free villages coming out. Maybe he's just going to train more again. Just like that. How many free bills? He's got like 6 free villagers here. Enough to take one of the hunts here. And then he could just kill these guys again and get more. That's like brutal, man. Wow. Talk about chaos. Huh. Gorgrio sent up a star fort there because obviously these guys are heavily under attack now. I don't know what they're going to do at this point. Because you got Nathan taking over water. And you got Elkar taking over the land here and farming up vills using his voodoo guys to turn into voodoo zombies. And then he's going to get more free vills too, I guarantee you. Alright, the RNG isn't working now for some reason. Yeah, no, unfortunately, no. Okay, got a free one up there. Maybe he gets... Oh, nope. Too far gone. Yeah. Alright, he'll retreat probably and just get them far back, and then he'll just come in with another stack again and hit him. Right there again, yep. Now he's playing Scout, so that's going to be a bit sturdier. But I think still the Bokor should be enough to, like, cut through these calves and push in, yeah. Yeah, he's still breaking through them quite well. Yeah, totally. You know, the free bills he's getting, that's quite good. Then you'll have to move up to these next. Kind of have to pay attention to this front too, though, because we got the two Greeks fighting each other up here. How's Gogury's eco nowadays losing a lot of water? It's not looking too sharp, but how's Nathan's? So Nathan's got a bit more food, obviously, because he's got like the water control on the map. He is losing ground, though. He is losing ground up here in the north. He just lost a stable. He actually just lost 2 stables, I think, and now he's going to lose houses. So it's like Green Grease is winning against Nathan, but Alucard's like beating out Varingo. Well, he's not beating him, but he's like farming free vills. He's being very methodical. However, Nathan is raiding from the top, though, with honor guards. Yeah, these are the assault units that you make as the Balkan civs. Instead of having fancy attacks, they just have like double armor. Kind of like a knight in Age of Empires 2 has both pierce armor and melee armor. These guys work exactly the same way. Looks like Gogury does have a few maneuver units, though, so he will probably mop up some of these. Oh, he just sent another batch of Carboniers. I think he'll clean up these honor guards, looks like. I think so. Yo, he's taking them out. And now Nathan just called back all of his vills from the mine to try garrison them in the TC and save. Wait a minute, why is he moving them over there for? Where's he going? He's gonna lose some vills, baby. Vill kills. Ugh. Technically, Nathan still has a better score, though. So these guys better watch out. Oh, God. Alucard's coming with his Bokors, and he's gonna raid his mine. And probably this wood line. This is so bad because he could kill so many vills right now because of their multipliers, like kill them like instantly. Because he's doing like 153 damage per hit against vills when he's this distance away. And that's just really lethal. And they'll just turn them all into free vills of his own, and then they'll just start farming all over the place. Be putting forward buildings everywhere. It's pretty big, actually. Quite big, actually. Oh, he's gonna get him right here now. Look at that. Oh no, that's his ally. Never mind. It's like, man, yeah, that's a lot of vills. Okay, now it looks like Varingo is pushing on Alucard with some Gunto riders, trying to get a bit of raiding done. Doesn't even kill one vill because he wants to stop and get rid of the Codillos. Now he's gonna get a vill kill there. Nice. But the thing is, if you kill the Civites, they can be revived as zombies for about 10 food and then be revived. But in this case, it wouldn't be a good idea because he has a standing army there, so he would just kill them again anyways. But if it was just like a minor raid, they take off, you can just revive those Civite villagers into zombies and they'll live one more time. And then if the zombies die, then the vill dies completely. It's a really good feature to help protect Haiti from raids. But the vills that he converted off the dead units, they start out as zombies, so they died the first time they get hit. Okay, Alucard did revive these ones in the zombies, and he's trying to retreat them right now. These ones he might try to revive next. Will he? Will he revive them? Because if you wait too long, they just die. So you can't just wait forever to turn them. Alright, looks like Nathan's got some heavy boats in the water, trying to siege at the TC. TC should be able to win against these boats, though. Yeah. Because boats, unless they're siege ships, are really not keen on taking out buildings. And the town center, of course, has an anti-ship attack. So that should be quite good there for, you know, taking out that stuff. Okay, so now we're talking about Shogumas, which have anti-scout multipliers, which means Varingo is in a much better spot for killing these Bokors now. He should be able to fight them off. Though Alucard is still getting vill gains from these kills. It's pretty big, actually. Alright, the Bakors are dead, and now all those free villages that Alucard got are just going to be killed on the spot. Okay, I can't tell you who's winning right now, but it looks like both sides are technically doing some work. Though it does look like the Nathan and Alucard team has the better resource score right now. Plus, Nathan is picking up his olive oil technologies for his olive plantations. Yeah, Greece gets this cool building called an olive plantation, which has extra upgrades compared to a regular plantation, giving it a ton of resource value. So where's Gorgy at? Is he, like, massing up? Oh, he's almost dead. Like, he has, like, no food. Is he gonna get wheat or something? Oh god, they're conflicting with each other because Ringo needs this for the shrines, but now Grigorito needs the hunts because he's starving and he can't get the fish now. I guess Gorger's gonna have to try a push again and break through, break on through to the other side because if he doesn't, it's not looking great. Thankfully, he's got some mountain artillery. And that can be used to, like, potentially, like, push against his opponent, yeah. We'll have to move these forward, I think, yeah. And one thing to note about these Bakors, they do have a build limit, but once you send this card, the Nighttime Justice, the build limit goes up for them, so you can get even more of them. They go up to a build limit of 20, making them much more spammable. Did Ringo get his close combat card? Yes, he did. He did get close combat, so he should be able to actually fight off these Bakors, I think, to some extent. Trying to fight through them right now, it seems. Ringo's also starved out. Look, he has like no food anymore. He's like dead on arrival. Whereas the other team, they're all boomed out. Alucard's booming. Upgrading his outlaws too with marginal resistance. Nathan is booming. Everybody's like doing so well here, and they're all in Industrial Age. Gorgorito's at least doing a little bit better, and he's starting to get crops. He's going to be doing strawberries because he doesn't have the wood to like get all plantations and fully invest in them. He's going to have to settle for strawberry plants. Yeah, because basically you have a build limit of like 3 olive plantations, which means you can have like up to 60 villas on olives. But if you needed more gold, you'd have to build strawberries, which is a standard gold crop of the Balkan civs. Usually you're going to want to just go olive oil with the olive plantations because that gives you the best gold investment once you get all the upgrades. But before that, sometimes strawberries are slightly better because you upgrade them alongside your food farms, making them a bit more effective at the start of the match. Yeah. Good fight there. These were some good team games. Awesome ones. I'm glad I came back for them and I didn't forget about them. Because we learned a lot about the Greeks and the Haitians. With everything going on now in the Middle East, it's good that we were able to indeed look back to some old Boris Liberties like Haitians and Greeks again to see how effective they are against each other. Particularly the Greeks. I think that was a good match to showcase all the features of the Greek Civ, including their demolition ships, which I thought was a good showcase. Let's go to recorded games here. And then, let's see. I'm trying to find which ones we look at now. So we got a series between Varingo and Goimistan that took place around 10:30 this morning that we're going to be looking at. So let's see how that one looks. I will find it's G versus E.T. You know, the alien E.T.? Well, he's going to go up against G. G versus E.T. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Look through the series now. I think this will be a good series, you know. I think in some ways, Varingo can be stronger than Nathan in some situations here. Because Varingo is going to force him onto quote-unquote normal maps, where Varingo will be able to take advantage of the larger map size and potentially do better. But anyways, here we are. We got Varingo playing as Germany, and Goimu is playing as the Persians. So we got Persians versus Germany. Two mega good civs. I will say, though, if you know anything from the streams I did this week, I feel like the Germany civ is better off than Persians. Yeah. See, what's going to happen is Varingo's going to utilize the map size here because this is a large normal map. And he's going to basically go for a full Mites Casernae boom and get 20 extra villagers. Yeah. If you didn't know, Germany in Wars of Liberty did adopt the British Manor bonus, which means all these houses that the Germans build, these Mites Casernaes as they're called, give you a free villager. Yeah, a free villager. So yep, there's the free settler right there. And because the map is not competitive and it's super massive, this gives Varingo plenty of time to get all 20 of these villagers out. And that's what he's going to do. Exactly what he's going to do. So, in terms of like texts and cards and stuff, he runs Gold Standard, Refridge, Textile Mill. He also runs early game stuff too. He runs Milled Coinage and Naturalist Expedition. This helps with the hunting and the berries. And this helps with the mining. Yeah. So, a lot of stuff actually, a lot of stuff. And that'll lead to some pretty interesting results, to say the least, I would say. Alright, looks like Varingo's going to get a 40 food treasure of cassava manioc. Very good food. And yeah, I think Varingo's just going to go full Manor Mites Casernae boom into 20 free villagers with each one of these. Whereas Goimu goes for a mixture usually of blue and yellow Madrasha text of Persia to gradually grow. Yeah. I think this will be a big matchup because, you know, Goimistan is still learning the Persia Civ, and he's going up going up against a pretty strong and experienced Germany player, which is Veringo. Because for the longest time, Veringo never played the new Germany. And then he just magically picked it up out of nowhere after watching some cap gameplays. And then he ended up being pretty good with Germany, you know? Because he seems to have a good ball bearings worth understanding of the military, right? He knows how to like mix line infantry with cuirassier, hussar, and free artillery. Veringo's very decent like Germany player, so I really couldn't even tell you who's going to win this one, just like I can't tell you sometimes when we see Nathan and Goimistan. But I think in this case, Veringo's Germany is going to be a much bigger challenge than Nathan's Persia was. I'm just telling you right now, it's going to be really tough for Nathan Goimistan to do this one. We'll see. So right now, it seems like it's going to be... Alright, so what's Madrasa text again now? So he's getting the second yellow one, right? Ardabil Carpet. That will give him a wood trickle, right? Because every one of these yellow Madrasa texts gives you some sort of trickle, right? First tick gives you food, second one gives you wood, third one gives you gold, and then it cycles through one more time where the trickles are just larger. So, yeah. And also, these yellow Madrasa techs also give you resource crates of that given resource. So, if the tech gives you like a food trickle, it'll give you some food crates. If it gives you a wood trickle, some wood, and so forth. So, yeah. Yellow Madrasa techs are the best ones to get if you're playing as Persians. They're the ones that are the most valuable to you and the most helpful. That's really what you should be sort of like aiming towards typically. And it leads to usually the best results for you gameplay wise, I would say, for the most part. It looks like Ardabil is going to be up soon. How's Veringo's age up doing? He's almost age up himself. Going up with the burger. The burger gives you about 4 silver coin crates. Silver coin crates in this game are coin crates that have 110 gold instead of just 100, giving you slightly more. Also picking up capitalism gold trickle too. Yeah, very nice. Very good. Is it getting a market here? Yep, getting a market. Now the capitalism trickle there, the gold trickle, now called colonial revenues, will actually give Veringo a lot of resources towards line infantry and potentially preparing his age up to age 3 as well, which is quite good. One thing to get now though is Gangsaw, because Gangsaw will allow Veringo to get enough wood for more Mites Kaserne houses, which will allow him to get more villagers. So yeah, he's just going to take advantage of this large map size and just get a ton of vills, which I would do too, personally, so that's strategic. Whereas Goimistan is just going to be aging up right now with Persian Blue. Yeah. Okay, so he went full... It looks like he went full Yellow Madrasa text, which I think is a great idea. Because if he goes full Yellow Madrasa text, that means... Basically, he's going to have really good early eco with tons of resource crates. Plus, he is also going fishing, too. He established a dock over here to get some fishing done. So, he's going for a small fishing boom on top of going full Yellow Madrasa text with Persia. That's going to offer him a really strong economic potential. And now that he's bringing in the wood, now he can sort of think about maybe, you know... getting some sort of military too, because you know Veringo's going to be planning military. One thing that we sort of found behaviorally about Veringo with Germany, if you kind of don't poke the bear, he won't usually make military right away until about age 3. Well, he'll often like drive forward with his covered wagon and try to go for some sort of offensive towards you. So I think this goes into age 3 and we see Veringo attempt some sort of aggression. He's also picking up the Nuremberg... What is this? The Nuremberg Furth line. It gives you 2 trading post wagons and then trade routes deliver more XP. So it's a really good trade route capture card because it captures like half the trade route most often, and then the XP reward you'll get from it is even greater. So it's a pretty good card to get on a trade route map like this. Yeah. Because now Ringo's going to have like half the trade route under his belt now. He's going to build here, and then he's going to build up to here too. So he'll have like a ton of XP coming out right now. Goemu's attacking this TP right here. Won't make much of a difference, but at least he's found it and knows where he is. Goemu will start going Tofangchi, it looks like, which I think is pretty good. I think Tofangchi is pretty solid actually, so I'll just train up a ton of those, I think. Quite good. Looking forward to it. Yeah, Tofangchis will be great against a Germany player because Germany loves to spam line infantry. So in most cases against Germany, opening Tofangchi is totally a good response. Just be aware for the Hussars and the Cuirassiers because that can throw you for a loop if Varingo does them. So be very careful of that. And now he's going to be following up with Janbaz too in case he runs in the cav. I like how Goemon-san's taking the aggressive approach. However, Varingo, because this is a large map, can respond. He's going to respond with Hussar because he sees the Tofangchi. But as soon as the Janbaz show up, he's probably going to have to do some sort of like line infantry then. Yeah, totally. So let's see how he handles that exactly. So right now he's got about 5 Hussars out. He can ship in some line infantry of his own to deal with the Janbaz too. So, yeah, it's not like he'll be totally defenseless against an anti-cav response. But, yeah, he's going to have to move these villas back towards the TC now as his Hussars continue to grow up in that area. Take out that Nomad. Bit of XP. Because now, I think what he wants to do is he probably just wants to go like Age 3. Pick up a fort. Get some Ulans, you know, play defensively. I think that's pretty good. He could eat these sheep if he has to. They got enough food on them that he could eat them. Though I imagine he wants to maybe fan them up a bit more before chomping on them, basically. Yeah, that's what I think he would probably want there, honestly. Yep. Yep, just grab the gold there. Let's see what he gets. He goes after the Janbaz first. Ooh, that's actually not a bad idea because they're kind of isolated. He could actually like pick them off early on. But now he knows he's doing more of them and he has to like plan that out. Yeah. So what does he do now? Does he retreat? Yes, he does. He retreats, gets Gunsmith. The Gunsmith will give him some free skirmishers, I believe, like 6 free skirms, and that's how he deals with the Janbaz. Meanwhile, he'll probably keep up Hussar production, I would imagine, because he has no choice. Unless he wants to go to like Age 3 and do Cuirassier, which would be a really strong, powerful play, but leave his production slightly behind. Yeah. I also like how Goemu exploited the moment and he grabbed this up with the Caravanserai so that Varingo can't take it back now. Yeah. all the caravanserai are, they're Middle Eastern trading posts that have some ranged attack on them from the start, so they're really good defensive TPs basically. It's pretty much the case. Yeah, but yeah, Ringo's just trying to age up right now, it looks like, yeah. Also, they have some housing population, too. They give you about 5 housing pop. Okay, barracks is attacked. I just am worried about Ringo's Vil placement, because it looks like his Vil placement is all over the place like spaghetti right now. And that might end up hurting him real bad here. He's got the right idea, though, of gauging up. Because then he can do skirms. Does he have Vils in the DC? Yes, he does. So he'll probably just take him out, get some skirms, and start pressing. Because honestly, yes. Ooh, he's got the skirms here. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's right. Can't you, like, receive shipments from manor houses in this mod? Oh, yeah, that's right, you can. So that's going to be really good, because now he's got skirms that he can use to sort of just shoot those Janbaz with. And that just gives him a huge advantage, because now he can just pick off all these Janbaz, and then he can throw the Hussars in on the Tofangshis, and, like, wipe out a huge, like, volume of his army. Good. Good. He knows what he's doing. I mean, Ringo's getting a lot of kill value here right now. You can tell. Ah, he missed. Okay. What is he doing with these Vils now? Okay, so he's kind of caught out there. He's going to have to get barracks there now and start going skirm. Because if he goes skirm, Cuirassier, I think Ringo's fine. He has to go like skirm Cuirassier though. Otherwise it's going to be tough. Oh, but then he grabbed the... Ah, God. Okay, it's still doable. It's just looking really bad right now, yeah. Because he's got the pop and he's got resources to make stuff. He just has to do it. And then he'll probably just... He could ship in the Hussars and the Prussian Uhlans too. And that would be a nice addition, I think, as well. So he should probably go about that next. Ford right here. Yep, he's go skirm. Go with the Cuirassiers, though, from the stable. I'm telling you. We get some Cuirassiers here with the skirms. You can deal with these Tofangshis easier, and it just synergizes perfect. And then all you have to do is, like, get some, like, howitzers or something, and then start sieging away. Yeah, something like that. Oh my god! Oh my god! He just shipped the gold here! Oh no! And he's gonna grab it! Oh god, Ringo! You gotta watch out for that stuff. He's gonna grab like 800 gold off of you. Oh my god, laddie. That could like get him to Industrial Age. You know? If he takes gold and he puts it into like red Madrasa and blue ones, you might have just given him a free Industrial Age. You can't afford that right now with this type of army that he's doing. Oh man, talk about fumbling the ball. Definitely don't play football, man, because you just fumbled it pretty badly. Tell me about. Alright, Ringo's trying to get his fort up. Is he going to get it up? I think he is, but oh no, he's not even going to get the fort up. Are you kidding me? Oh no, this is bad. See, if he arrived a little bit late, oh man, if this fort went up, things would be so... I don't think it would be so different, because here's the thing. Goimistan, with his Persia, is very early and aggressive, and he was just able to find all of Ringo's positions and just go boop, 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 boop. Take out all of his hunts, take out his mines. Very active. Plus, he had the benefit of fish economy here, which... I've never gone fishing economy with Persians, but maybe I should, because this appeared to work really well for Goimistan. bit of a different way to do the eco, honestly. But yeah, no. Very interesting matchup. Well, can't wait to look at the three other games here too, because we got three more of them between these two. And then I think we got some more recordings from pre hotfix today, and then we're gonna install the hotfix, and then we're gonna look at the new games we got today too. And if there's anyone around after that, we can like play some games or something. If not, maybe we'll do Star Wars again. Yeah, unless you want me to do Kirby or Definitive Edition, it's up to you. You should honestly be more active in the chat and tell me what games you want me to do when we're done with our stuff for the day, because I'm willing to take suggestions. Got a ton of games in my library that I could play with you. Or if you want me to get like a new game or something that I can afford, maybe I can do that as well. It's up to you. Oh, this map. I remember this map's pretty fun. I like it. It's one of the swamp-based maps, right? Yeah, no. I forgot what it's called. Okay, so the civs are the same. You got Germany versus Persia. Fringo is Germany. And the Goimistan is Persia. Alright. So right away, big difference between this game and last is that Goimu will not have fishing economy. That's a big one. So he's going to have to go full with the land-based economy. Now, I don't know if that means that Goimu will play better or worse. We'll have to see. One thing that Goimu does, which I rarely ever do, is he builds the madrasa first and then the mahala. So he like fully intent. Because here's the thing, like usually, unless you're like Afghans, I find that it's better to get the mahala first. Not that the order matters, because most civs, you don't have enough resources by the time that you build the madrasa that you can actually use it. So I go with the Mahala first, because to me, I feel like the population matters more than the techs, because you can't even afford the techs yet. But for Afghans, it is essential that you build the madrasa first if you're Afghans, because they get the 100 wood to get the first blue tech. So if you're playing Afghans, the order does matter, but I feel like for everybody else, it's kind of like, nah. Whatever. I mean, technically, I think you can get the first tech right away as Saudi Arabians with the yellow, but yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, I gotta like review my Saudi Arabian build orders now that the Civ has sort of been buffed up to what I wanted it to be, because I'm gonna start running Saudis a lot more now. And now that I know that Furrier affects the Middle Eastern bushes, I think going with Saudis is going to be even better eco for me, too. Because I didn't know I assumed Furrier didn't affect ME bushes because they were considered like farms or whatever. But now that Furrier is like a ME bush thing, then that should be really good economically. Alright, so it looks like he's going yellow madrasa tax. He's getting the first one, right? The first one is Bole Pound. That's the one that gives you a food trickle. And then they'll probably go through the second and the third one, which gives you a wood trickle and a gold one. That should give him a good established economy. But personally, and this is my opinion, I would go with harem photography. Because harem photography just makes the yellow text more affordable. And it makes it especially easier in like the early mid game to get through the 4th, 5th, and 6th yellow ones if you haven't got them yet. If you can get them out of the way right away, fine. But yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say about that. All right, Ardabil carpet. That's the wood trickle one. I'm assuming Gringo's going to play a similar build. He's got his 3 vills, probably capitalism after that. Yep. I think this technically gives Ringo a huge advantage in early game by going with Naturalist Expedition and milled coinage, because that means He farms up so much resources in the early game, it's not even funny. He eats through his hunts so quick, and then he can eat through his mines quick, and then by the time he's in Fortress Age, you're dealing with tons of heavy cav, muskets. It's pretty powerful. So I think this philosophy by Varingo is actually quite effective. It leads to a lot of efficiency pretty much, and it's quite good. Yeah, totally. So now, getting back to Goemon. Yeah, I see he is going the full yellow route. And that's the route you should go, by the way, too. Just go full yellow Madrasa. It won't hurt. It won't hurt at all, and you'll have a ton of extra resources from the get-go that you'll be able to just shine down on your enemy. It's quite good, actually. It's the one you really should be going for, I'd say, for the most part. See, the Juanitos are still talking in Discord about playing more matches today, and I think that's a great idea. Because now, I can play Uzbeks and not have people question my masculinity, which is great. Not that they were before, but yeah. Now they're not going to tell me to touch grass if I play Uzbeks, which I think is great. Now Saudis feel a little bit better too, so yeah, no. And I think they listened to me and they did a lot of Saudi and Uzbek gameplay, and that's why I wanted to see tonight, because I wanted to see in some casted games with you. Is Uzbek finally a fair civ to battle, and is Saudi feeling a little bit more efficient? I think they are now. Here's the thing: if you didn't like Wadi Al Ajman before, Saudis are probably more or less the same, I would say, except the improvement to the the courtier units, right? The Delhi finally having the right stats and stuff. But yeah, no, everything else is pretty much, yeah. Yep. Totally. So how is so he's getting the Jumbas first, because I think he probably assumes he's going to go stable. However, it looks like Varingo's just going straight up naked fast fortress. So Varingo completely changed the script. He's going to go full naked fast fortress and try to probably get a secondary town center through City Planner Age Up. City Planner Age Up gives you a covered wagon that you can make right into another TC. So double TC, Meizgeserne booming Germany, very scary indeed. Because then he'll have his Yuan shipment, his Ford shipment, and he'll just be able to turtle up, and yeah, he'll turn into a late game grudge match. And trust me, you don't want to go into a late game grudge match against Germany, because their muskets are some of the strongest in the game. Because of one particular card, this card here, Needle Gun, it allows the line infantry to shoot faster. Much faster, actually. I think it brings it down to a rate of fire of 2.1 or 2 or something. Quite good, actually. It's not as good as an archer, but it's kind of like the AZAPs in Definitive Edition.
Ich bin verwundet und kann mich nicht bewegen.
Alright, so it looks like here we got the town center attacking the infantry. And it's a bit risky, because what did he go with? Did he go with the city planner, or did he get okay, you gotta get the city planner, so he's got to make sure that this shipment point is away from these units. Okay, he is gonna lose some vills. Okay, so TC goes up right about here. Yep. Let's see if this TC gets up, no problem. Because if it does, It really does benefit Varingo quite a bit. Gives him some pretty good defense there. Alright, so TC is scaring off the infantry there. This is a much better position for Varingo just because he has double TC now. And he can guard against a whole lot of stuff than Goemu's throwing at him. Still has food in his base. He's probably going to get a fort next, I guarantee you. Okay, so he's going to get a outpost. He's going to get an outpost here. Outpost is a good choice because then he's got even more defense. And he makes it a really good deterrence against Goemustan's pressure, which I definitely like here quite a bit.
Aufgabe?
1,000 wood. That's a good choice because if he gets 1,000, how many Mites Concerns has he got? He's got about 3 of them. He hasn't even gotten most of them yet. See, that's really interesting because if Ringo could get like a huge stack of those, he could be in really great shape. Now, this was a very interesting play as well. He has gotten a Krupp factory early. Yeah, Krupp factories allow you to produce free artillery as Germany. Free artillery. And then the free artillery should be able to clean out any sort of infantry that Goemu does. Though it will take a while, you know. I just want you to be aware when you use this Krupp factory. It does not train artillery at the same rate as an artillery foundry. It's very, very slow. It only gives you 1 cannon at a time. Just like a factory would. So you do need to give yourself a bit of time to basically get it. And then once you do get the cannon, then things should be great. Yeah, no. I think right now it's still kind of a spotty situation, and I think Varingo needs to get some food together and get some skirms. If he can get some skirms with the cannon, I think it's pretty okay, actually. Yeah, no. It's again like a tower? What is he getting? He's getting... What are these? So he's getting more towers. Okay. This is interesting. So he just needs a garrison inside here. And then, okay. I'm assuming the cannon will come up over here next. Yeah, see, the thing is technically Goemustan really can't afford to kill these houses, because if he does, then Varingo can just rebuild and then get another free villager, so it's kind of a tough situation to deal with if you're Goemustan. Varingo's making it really hard to go for a push on him right now, so he might need to just pull back and boom. Just out-boom his opponent if he can. But problem is he went with the full Russian age too, so that's really not possible. It's really not possible at all. So it's really... Goemu, at least right now, is in a position where he has to apply pressure. And he can't let Varingo boom out with 2 TCs, because if he lets him do it, bad things could really happen here. Yeah. Alright, so looks like right now we got more villages coming out over here. Yeah, very nice. Good. I heard somebody say they lost like a Wi-Fi connection in their home, in the house. So yeah, I was just making sure my internet was fine so I could keep streaming for you. That's super cool. Alright, so looks like Outpost is coming up over here. Very nice. I still think it's a bit of a tough situation for Varingo because he's really not able to boom the way that he wants. Yeah, no. I don't think until he gets like multiple cannons and stuff he's going to be safe here. And the other problem is yeah, just build a forge and make some Nizam Adleys. Yeah, I feel like this is a very vulnerable position for Varingo to be in. Because, yeah, you might be making skirms, but he just makes Nizam Adley and kills you right now. Totally. So I think he made my usage. He's also not making a ton of ills either, which I think is kind of a problem. Yeah, no. You're gonna have to hope you can take those skirms and protect your cannon, and hope that the towers just shred all the stuff. Also, cannon cannot really branch out that far without, risking itself. So you gotta be very careful there, basically.
Auftrag im Bildkampf. Ja, jawohl. Bereit. Ja. Angriff. Bereit.
Hallo, Händlerin.
Auf wird erledigt. Ja. Bereit. Verstanden. Ja. Jawohl. Verstanden. Auftrag. Verstanden. Jawohl.
Ja.
Auftrag. Ja.
Hallo? Verstanden.
Ja. Auftrag.
Aufgabe? Zimmermann.
Ja. Jawohl. Verstanden.
Ja. Zimmermann.
Bereit.
Hallo? Zimmermann.
Auftrag.
Alright, now Ringo's starting to get line infantry, which is really good because line infantry is the way he's going to do it in Nizam Adleys. Which he's got right now. Yeah, he's going to Nizam Adleys, right? He's actually got him up to veteran too, so he's going to have to, do something about that as well. Now, Ringo can put his Vills and his TCs here, and that'll be an excellent defense, but you kind of have to back up these Falcons, though, and play more of a defensive stance. Oh, no, he's got the... he's got Joshin Potions. Now, that's going to be very hard and dangerous, because these guys are very tanky. But he might be able to defend it. He might be able to do it. It's just going to be a real tough situation. I think definitely the double TC defense is going to make it a little bit more controllable. Oh, okay, so yeah, he's still... If he can blast his infantry dead, fine. Oh, but he let him break through. Oh, God, you don't do that. You let the can stay alive, man. Because if you let him get through there, that's just so bad. Yeah. Like the TCs are shooting now. Here comes the Yulons. Yulons, I think, can clean this up. Probably.
Tak jest! Na rozkaz! Tak jest! Do ataku! Do boju! Tak jest! Na rozkaz ruszamy! Natychmiast! Rozkaz natychmiast! Tak jest! Naprzód! Na rozkaz! Na rozkaz! Auftrag! Na rozkaz! Na rozkaz! Na rozkaz! Tak jest! Natychmiast! Naprzód!
Alright, so it looks like here we're gonna have to take these. He's gonna have to take these Yulons here to try to hold out a bit. And okay, Falconet hits the infantry. Does he get another hit at least? Yeah, he gets another strike. Good. Because every micro decision here matters if you're Varingo. Like, every shot matters. Like, if you can kill his stuff and hold out long enough. Oh, wait, let's look. Oh, never mind. I got wrong. Guemistan is boomed effectively, so I don't think he can defend this now, because I was just assuming that he was, like, going off of a hardcore rush. But in this situation, because has made some sort of effort of booming, I think, and he has picked up all the Yo Madrasa techs, he's got more than enough resources to cook you royally. Yeah. Now, what I would have assumed that he did was maybe get, like, the British courtiers, so the royal court, but he hasn't even done that. If he did that on top of this, I think he'd be an even bigger pickle. Even a bigger pickle than you are. Yeah, no, this is a lost match at this point if you're a Varingo, because let's look at his resources real briefly. Yep. Just like that, yeah, no. Because you can't mess around with Guemistan. Guemistan, you know, he's a really good competitive player that has really good macro. He's good at starting an early economy, good at pushing, good micro. You might get away with this Germany thing with me, but not with Guemo. Yeah. But the thing is, you can't even get away with it with me. It's just, if he plays on the big normal maps, then yeah. That he's going down too. Tell me about. I mean, I thought he had an interesting idea of playing Naked Fast Fortress Turtle like that, but I feel like this is the type of map that you don't want to do that on. If he did that on the other map, I think things would have been totally different, but yeah, because if he did that on the other map, and he was able to get like a huge stack of skirms and line infantry earlier, I think he would have been in great shape. he would have had a really good push there because Gormistan was going greedy on the fish. Would give him a window to mass up, and then you could have done something. But now, you got a whole different problem. It just shows you that while Ringo has developed some good builds with Germany, he isn't as well rounded as say Cap is. Cap is a lot more of a disciplined, drilled Germany than this guy is, basically. So yeah, huge difference, pretty much. Yeah, looks like Waludo and Kevin want to play some boleros, and nobody's responding. So let's hope that somebody responds for him, because I would love to see them participate in some recordings as well. Yeah, because it's always Nathan, Zelda Verde, Ferdingo, Gormistan. Bit of Alucard and Gorgorito, but yeah, we gotta get some diversity. Some diversity of players. Court games. Let me see. Trying to find it here. This one next, and then we'll go with the last one down there, yeah.
Verstanden.
Is this Australia? No, this is one of the Australian maps, though, yeah. Because I can see the cassowary right there. Which treasure is this? A patch of Stewart's desert peas worth 100 food. Interesting, yeah.
Bereit. Jäger.
This one has kangaroos on it. That's awesome. Yeah, kangaroo animals. How much food do they have? They have about 400 food, right? Yeah. Whereas Gormistan's gonna go Persia. So we got another Germany versus Persia again. Now, on this map, it's gonna be a bit tough, I think, you know? I honestly think Ringo has to be really careful how he plays his Germany right here. Because I think it's going to be really down to the wire now, considering Gormistan has a lot less distance to cover to like attack Ringo. Like if Ringo was up here and Nathan was if Ringo was up here and Goemba was down here, I think Ringo could play a bit more greedy. But now, because the distance is so close to each other, now they basically have to like be super duper careful about how they manage their stuff. Yeah. Also, this would be a great treasure for somebody to get too. It's like 4 free villagers, which is really good. Very good, actually. So maybe someone should try to get that next, I think, and get some more eco. Alright, so now he's getting his second Madrasa Tech going there for Wood Trickle. Yeah. Aging up with Burger. Yep. Now, I wonder if this means he's going to go for Fast Fortress again or not. Because if he is going to go Fast Fortress, Naked Fast Fortress, he better be ready for it. Because you know Goymastan's going to be on top of his tail again. For sure. So yeah, Bringo better bring his A game here if he's doing that again. Just saying. Because the Burger Politician's very fascinating because it gives you so much coin that you actually don't even need to like gather additional coin to do a Naked Fast Fortress. All you need is the food and to just go like full hunting. Yeah. It's quite interesting. I see Ringo's doing some wood chopping too, so I don't know what's his game plan now, but yeah. Because you can translate that Burger too into like mass line infantry too. Because you can afford about, I think, well, here's the thing, 250, you need about 125 gold to make about 5 line infantry, right? So 440 would go into about, I would say like maybe like 18, just under 20 line infantry, which could be good, you know. That way you can focus fully on the food and yeah. It could give you some potential, and then once you run out of that gold, of course, then you can add in more line infantry by mining. But yeah, sets you up good either way. So he is going to open up barracks, I see. So he is going to play more seriously now, I think, for the early game. He's going to open up line infantry and he's going to try to defend, which I think is great. Now, the only problem, you got to watch out for the Tofangshi, because, of course, Goemu's going to open up skirmish, and you better be ready for that. Yeah, he's getting the gunsmith up right now. And is he? Yep, he is chopping wood, so he is going Tofangshi. That's how you can tell if he's going Tofangshi or Janbaz. If somebody's going Tofangshi, they're going to be chopping extra wood. If they're going to go with Janbaz, then it's just going to be food and gold. Yeah. So you have to kind of be ready for that. But he also is shipping in some Janbaz right now, too. Just so he has an initial army already established, and now he's just going to throw the... Oh, he's going to train Janbaz, I see. He's going to go full Janbaz. Now, this could be good. I mean, it could be good for Ringo, because now he doesn't have to deal with the skirmishers multipliers for now, at least, in their range. So he might be able to hold a bit of a better macro here, honestly, yeah. At least it seems like it. And now he's going to ship into Tofangshi. So yeah, right now it's already looking bad for Ringo, because already Goemon already has the bigger army right now. And a bigger, more statistical significant army at that. Because while these Janbas are slightly weaker than the line infantry, they have more damage. So they do 27 range damage versus only 23. Now, Janbas would be a rather deadly musket to deal with, yeah. And they also have better multipliers against the cavalry, too, making them really efficient muskets, yeah. So you rarely ever want to deal with them if you can avoid it, typically. Now he's just adding some more Genbas, and then the Tofangshis are coming up close behind as well. So, yeah. It's getting pretty tricky pretty quickly, honestly. That's what I'm seeing here. Oh, you even got the dingoes. The dingoes eat his baby. Wow. Very good. See, it's already looking bad for Varingo because he's just getting overwhelmed so much. And he's building a barracks right now. But his opponent's going more Tofangshi, which means you should be going... I think you should go stable, get Hussars, because you got enough infantry to, like, shoot his Genbas, but you need something to deal with the skirmishers now. That's what I think. Yeah. But then again, he is making more Genbas, so maybe no. I'm just trying to come up with a solution. Or you could go volunteers, too. It'll cost you the wood you need to get extra villas with the Mites Casernes, but skirmish would play a little bit nicer for you. Yeah, no. I would totally consider going skirmish right now, honestly, yeah. Totally go skirmish right now, I think.
Bereit.
What does he get now? Does he ship in, like, some Frischlars or what? It's kind of tough to say, actually. Yeah, I don't know what he does from here. I mean, I would get some wood and just do, like, volunteers. Get some big skirmish armies and just fight all this stuff that way. Because I'm trying to think now, is Tofangshi better than volunteers or what? I think the Tofangshis do have more damage than the volunteers, but at least that's what I think. So it might be tough. Yeah. Because these guys are a little bit more expensive in wood than like a European skirmisher is. So might be better to, yeah. It's really tough to say because look at this death ball that Goemut's massing up. It's pretty serious actually. I don't know how long Varingo can hold out here, honestly. So we'll have to see. It's really tough. It's over, man. His army's dead. He's dead. It's so funny how, like, you got someone like Gorbis that comes in here, and then this whole Varingo Germany play ends up becoming a paper tiger all along. Yeah, like, Ringo has no answer to these, like, Persia plays from Guemistan. It just shows you with good skill how Ringo sort of crumbles like a, you know, a chocolate chip cookie after you shake the bag around too much. Yeah. Because I think Cap said the same thing. He said, you know, Ringo, I thought he was personally real easy to deal with, and I guess so. I think the problem with me is I try to go too greedy, and then Ringo goes even greedier with Germany, and I end up paying the price. That might be it. Because I noticed when I put the pressures on him when he's playing Germany, I can wear him down like I did in that game on the ESOC map. But when I go to, like, other types of maps, yeah. Well, that was with Afghans. I feel like my Persia build plays into Ringo's strength, so that's why I have problems with it. But my Afghan build on a competitive map really punishes Ringo's Germany enough that I can beat him. Yeah, I think that might be it, personally. Yeah, seems like it at least. Ooh boy, let's see how the last one goes. I wonder if Ringo's gonna like learn how to deal with this or not. Yeah, it's kind of tough to say actually. Totally. Let's go in again. So where all the Woleros go? There were so many people watching the stream and then they just sort of took off and vanished. I have no idea actually. Like, where did the Woleros go? Where did the Juanitas Woleros take off to? I have no idea. At least they know they can look at these games later if they want. It's cool. Alright, this is the last one here. Let's check this one out now. Oh, Easter Island. Ah, this is a crazy map right here, Easter Island. So on Easter Island, you don't have trees on this map because the Rapa Nui sort of like de-treed the island. And the only way you can get wood on this map is through the Moai. These statues called the Moai. Basically, the Moai will trickle you wood, and then you can use that wood to build stuff. A monument built during the heyday of the Rapa Nui civilization trickles wood over time. Yeah, that's basically what you have to do. You have to capture as many Moai as possible, and they'll trickle you a ton of wood. Basically, yeah. And then you have treasures like this, too. Lost Moai head more for food that you can capture as well. Yeah. It's like a super Bibu type map because you have Moais everywhere. It's like really looking at a Bibu stream. Yeah. Because I remember this map was showcased very early on to like players back before the release of Wars of Liberty, and it's quite an interesting map because it's the only map where map control really matters. Because you don't just have to worry about map control of hunts and mining, you got to worry about map control in terms of getting these Moai under your control and trickling the wood, basically. Oh, the explorers are fighting right now. This could be serious, because if somebody loses an explorer, the other explorer is just going to run around the whole map and grab all the Moai. Oh, Frontier Wagon. Okay, so that's another thing, too. Frontier Wagon can be used to capture Moai as well, I guess. Interesting, yeah. So he's going to capture this one, So what civ is he playing? Oh, he's playing Belgians. Ah, I was thinking for a second, he's not playing Persia anymore, is he? No, he's playing Belgium. Very different civ, yeah. Now, I think on this map, you might have some issues because I think a lot of what makes Belgium really strong just isn't here. Number one, you don't have a trade route, so you can't put the frontier wagons down on the trade route. Number two, there's like barely any wood here, and you have to like fight for the Moai, so you can't go with the Belgian Congo natives, which is a big part of the Belgians. Of like, this is kind of like the anti-Belgium map in many ways. Not to say that they're weak on it, because they can still take those frontier wagons and make outposts and stuff. But still, it just seems like, I don't know. You kind of strip Belgium of most of their strengths here, except for maybe some of their mid-game units. Like bicycle infantry, medium Toulouse machine guns, you can do that. But you even struggle in late game with the police elephants because those cost wood too. So, I mean, half the unique stuff of Belgium is completely swamped on this map, so yeah. But also, Germany has problems here too, because how those Mites Casernes cost more wood than a standard house to get the free bills. You gotta make sure you control a lot of Moai as well, so it feels like two civs are really wood dependent to do their stuff, kinda just have to like compete for this map like it's a tournament. Yeah. Good news is his Explorer's right here. So when this wagon rolls through, he's going to be able to stop it right in its tracks, basically, yeah.
Commando, hello.
Going up with the Artisan must feel like a gold mine because, well, it gives you 400 wood. So, yeah, the only other way you're going to get wood on this map is obviously through resource crates. Which looks like Goimer's deck, he at least has the 700 wood. He even has the 1000 wood in age 3, so... yeah, at least he's got that going for him, I suppose. Yeah. And I'm assuming I think Ringo has more wood, though, doesn't he? Yeah, he's got this. He's going to have an early game wood advantage. That could be enough to actually push it in Ringo's favor. Yeah. Line infantry is probably the most reasonable start, I think, if you're Germany. Because it's either that or Hussars. And since, obviously, Hussars were a 2-pop unit, the line infantry is going to go a lot nicer here. The only problem you have to worry about is Goimistan, if he goes barracks, he's just going to go on Grenadier and, like, counteract that directly. But it looks like what he does, he goes with a tavern, and he's going to get mercenaries and outlaws. That's another option, because this map does have a lot of gold access, because you start with like an abandoned ship you can get gold from, and there's gold mines on the map too. Like this one, This one. You also have whales here too, by the way, because it is a water map. You can fish and you can do whales. Now, the funny thing again is the fact that there is no wood on this map. So even though you might want to get a ton of fishing boats and just like water boom the sea, you gotta find a way to do it with the wood that you get from the Moai, right? Or you gotta play a civ that has like natural wood collection in there, like Paraguay or like Canada. Yeah, no. Puts you in a weird, precarious spot. Yeah. Now, one thing Goimer's doing to take advantage of the situation is he's going to get mercenaries here. The Dalatias. Yeah. Very nice. Alright, so here's the Dalatias right now. And the Dalatias, mercenary scout units. So these will be very strong against skirmishers, but they should be fine against some muskets too. I mean, they got the HP and the hand attack to handle them somewhat. So yeah, we're going to see probably like a ton of like Varingo line infantry taking on some mercenaries, I guess. And that's going to be the match, yeah, pretty much. Yep, get the barracks. Oh, yep, he's going Grenadier just like I said he was. Now, Ringo should take these and move them up to here, because getting that barracks down is very important. Because Grenadiers could be a real problem right now. If he gets Grenadiers out, they'll use their charge attack with the grenade throw and just wipe out a lot of his stuff, so he has to be kind of careful. Alright, so he gets the barracks down, he's going to get the house down too. He is making some progress here, which is great. Problem is Goemo's put a tower right here, which makes it he is like captured all the wood on the map, though. That's like a huge problem here. Yeah. Now, Varingo might just go up with Age 3 and get the city planner so he can get an additional TC, because that'll give him another 10 pop to play around with, too. So yeah, I think I would probably do that if I was Varingo here, honestly. Yeah, it's really tough to say what you do in this situation because, you know, I have very little wood to work with, especially when your opponent towers up the rest of the Moai with his frontier wagons. And that was a good way by Goemon-san to make the parts of his civ bonus that he does have actually work for him. Because while we can't get a trade route, he can certainly use outposts to stick them right on top of those Moai and like hold them much better than just running a unit through the map. That I felt like was a good move. Now, that doesn't stop Ringo from like sieging it with his line infantry, which he's guaranteed to do like he's doing right now. But yeah, no. Just shows you the level of strategy players have to do on maps that are non-standard, I would say, for sure. Oh god, Gorman knows about his TC now. That could be a problem. Well, now he's going to take his line infantry and try to blast some of these skirmish units, I guess. Yeah. It's a really interesting situation here, yeah. Because at least Ringo's been able to guarantee himself this Moai with the house, and now he's going to have a TC to secure it, too. Now he's going to add skirms in, and he's going to add a 5 Hussar shipment in. He could also get cuirassiers. He could get skirmish. He could get line infantry. He could get a fort. There's still some shipments on the line for both players that they could send. For Goemu, he could get dragoons, bicycle infantry, and line infantry, it looks like. So yeah, no. The heat is definitely on, I would say, for this one. I like how Goemu's positioned these Minotaurs right in the choke point of this pass. This will make it really hard for Hussars to get around this formation and attack them. Okay, well, he's going to try to... Oh, look, he's blocking him off. Wow. Good work, actually. That was actually solid. Because, see, what makes this particularly hard, too, is the fact that machine guns now counter on cavalry. They have multipliers against Cav, making them really good at countering them pretty much. Oh yeah, no. Definitely makes a very interesting situation. And they also arranged the skirmishers by 6. So it makes even the skirmisher micro feel kind of tough here to take them on, yeah. He's still doing Pistolero, so he's still doing Outlaws, which I find pretty good. And then Ringo is just doing Vil. I don't think he can even go Cuirassier here because he still has those Minotaurs out. Yeah, no. Kind of changes the dynamic completely, I would say. 100%. Oh yeah, no. Totally. Definitely got a tricky situation here now. Oh god. Ooh, jeez. Gotta back up a bit. You're gonna get... try to get... Good idea with the Explorer, though. I respect it. I guess the machine gun is somewhat viable to fight with these skirms, I suppose, but... Yeah. Alright, he got down. Great. Very nice. And now he just pushes them off with the skirms, yeah. He got a Krupp factory. That's a big advantage because now he's going to get free artillery now. That's good use of Ringo and his wood there. Yeah, no. Ringo's going to get some free artillery now, which will really make things go a lot nicer. Goemu's going to go full Mayaturus. Yeah. Now, one thing that went really bad in this version that was fixed in the hotfixes, because they changed up the artillery to the new howitzer unit, they didn't actually have it so it worked at the Krupp factory. So unfortunately, even if Ringo wanted to get anti-artillery from this Krupp factory, he actually can in this version. In the current version, the hotfix one, yes he can, but in the one that this was played in, no. So yeah, he might run into a real problem just because of those Miyatsurus. But he can always use the Falconet to try to blast some of them. Because if you remember from Arena, often one thing you can do against Gatling guns is like try to shoot them with your Falconets. And it's actually quite efficient. Because Falconets, deal a lot of immediate damage and have more range than Gatlings too. So, yeah. Kind of an interesting interaction. Totally. Yeah. I could be wrong though. We'll have to see what the Falconet's range is here. I believe it's like 28 or something, right? So definitely more than those machine guns, pretty much.
Es geht mir besser.
Is there anything left that Ringo can maybe do here? Well, he could get to age 4 and get factories. In fact, he could get Stuttgart Manufacturing, which gives you a factory and a free steel gun too. And that would already give him like an advantage out of the gate at blasting these machine guns. Yeah. But yeah, he should take his other skirms and try to avoid this conflict. Because he's going to have to stack, and stack some more. Yeah. A ton of skirms, get some steel guns, and try to fight back. That's what I would say. That's what this doctor would order, I think. I think you might too. Probably. Oh, did he get all these? Oh, he's training from the foundry now. Okay, that's cool. Because he definitely is going to need some artillery to fight back against these machine guns, I think. Yeah. So what's the range difference? So this has about a range of 26. So it actually has the same range as the Miatrus, which I find kind of fascinating. Yeah, no, totally. I think definitely, though, the Falcons will have an advantage on a one-on-one because they just dish out the damage quicker. And it's crush damage, which eats into the machine guns a lot. It eats up the machine guns' HP a lot more than the machine guns eat up the Falconet's HP with the Pierce. Oh, Ringo just resigned. Ah, interesting. Because let's look at Goemu's eco. Because I think Goemu won that one. Yeah, because he's going to hit him with the Howitzers next and it would have been over. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so now we are going back in. There's 2 more recordings from this version. There's 2 from Nathan. Auto 1 versus Faringo and Auto versus Faringo 2. So those ones we'll check out now. Should be quite nice. Let's load in and see what they look like. So this one and this one. Alright. Let's do both of these now. So here we are with Nathan as Ottomans, right? And then we got Ringo as Danish. Danish versus Ottomans. In a standard, like, evenly matched matchup where both players really know the builds well, I think Danish would get totally cooked in this matchup. That's what I think. If both players really know what they're doing, the Ottoman player is just gonna cook the Danish player, like a cooked crab cake, a cooked crab cake. Yeah, no, I'm not even kidding. Like, see, all you have to do as Ottomans here is go Jan Abbas. Danish can't deal with that in most situations because their blind infantry are like so weak, invulnerable. That yeah, no. I think this is like a clear like Ottoman victory. At least that's what I think. You know, could be wrong. Maybe Nathan goes for some sort of like fast industrial boom or something, or fast fortress boom, and just plays around a bit. Yeah, no. That's what I think. Now, one thing that's interesting is I don't see the timer changing much down below. Do you see that? That's like, I don't even see it filling with any color at all. So, are they doing like some mega huge 1v1 or something? I don't know. Like, on this map in particular, it should be like an easy Ottoman win. Tell me about it. Yeah, no, this should be like an easy Ottoman matchup, I think. If this turns into like a 5-hour match, I'd be so surprised. Yeah. How big was the recording for this one? Just checking for fun. It was 902 gigabytes, almost a megabyte big. That's a big match. This is going to be a long one, isn't it? Yeah, well, let's check the decks then. If this is to be long term, we got to see. Alright, so Varango has his Refridge, Gold Standard, basically same as Royal Mint, Textile Mill. It's got all of his infantry upgrades except for that. He did add this card finally, the Tulzuz one there, to combine with Advanced Arsenal. It's got the training card. See, Varango might be okay here. He might be alright. Whereas Nathan, the Hot Dog Man, is going to get... So he's got Cav Combat, Jan Combat, the artillery stuff. Okay, so I think in this situation, you better rush early as Ottomans, because the issue with Ottomans and Wars of Liberty is you're kind of like forced to rush people. You're not given a lot of mid and late game options, I find. You still can sort of go for like the Royal Decree build, but it's just not good compared to Definitive Edition, because obviously you don't have the Safahi tech. You don't have a lot of things, and yeah, no. It's just really problematic. Yeah, totally. 100%. So Armin's going up with Artisan, 400 wood. Probably Varango's also going Core Master, I would imagine, too. Only seems practical, yep. Like Core Master, perfect, yeah. Whoa, this is going to be a long one, folks. I don't know if I should heat up some food. I think I need some protein or something. I don't think they're going to fight for a while if it's going to be that big of a... Look at the timer. It's only like 4 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to heat up some meat or something. Get some meat and cheese and stuff into me, and I'm going to eat some protein while I do this. Yeah. Overall, though, I think late game, definitely looking in favor of Varango, actually. Technically Varango, because Varango has the potential of doubling up on his arsenal techs, which is really going to push him ahead. Especially breach loaders. Breach loaders is going to make his skirms just so good at like firing quickly and stuff. So yeah. Just wait and see. This is going to be like a Varango Fiesta burrito. Yeah. A Fiesta burrito. I never heard of a Fiesta burrito before. I've never heard one before. So yeah, no. Totally going to be interesting. I guess I have this paper plate here anyways, so I may as well just use it again. May as well just use it again. Oh wait, he's going barracks. He might actually rush Varango with Janzar. Alright, I'll be quick. I'll leave it right here because I think he's gonna rush from up there. Let's see what happens, folks. Okay, Varango might be going... Well, he's picking up gold, which I find interesting. Whereas Nathan picking up wood, so he's gonna probably go Jan Abbas, I think. Okay. Then how did the match get this big, though, if they're just going Jan Abbas? I have no clue, actually. I have no clue. Okay, now he's doing. Okay, so he went Fast Fortress here into Safakis and Delis. Now he's getting the Falconet shipment. Now he's training Abbas. What is this? And then looks like Ringo's just gonna go skirmish. Okay. Oh, these are volunteers. I thought they were skirmishers. Wait a second. I looked at them a bit wrong for a glance. I was like, wait a minute. So they both went Fast Fortress. No, he went. Oh, God. Gee golly. Something's going on here, man. You know, this isn't normal. Like, I think Nathan could win this at any time. He's just trolling or something. I don't know. Because he could kill this whole army with just this. Just Safaki and Delhi. You kidding me, man? Oh, big time. That's already enough to sort of clean that up. Totally. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, something's going on here. I think Nathan's just testing the metal here or something. Also, I did not see any mention of something like treaty either. No, this wouldn't be treaty, though. No, this wouldn't be treaty. If it was treaty, they'd be doing stuff totally different. They'd have, like, late game decks. It almost seems like a treat. Okay, never mind. Here he comes. All right. So he's coming in. He's running his delis and his Safahian. Falconet's attacking the top tower there. And then he's going to pull in some sort of Abyss, right? Okay, Minutemen are going to be called. Not going to do a lot. It's just going to be a distraction. And then the Cavs are going to come in right here and hit the infantries like that. Okay. Falconets now go after this tower here. Ringo does have a stable himself. He could go Kulasar. He could go Kulasar. He could go Hussar or Dragoon. He's got all the Cav options available to Europe. Yep, Falconets are actually aiming at the TC. Yeah. I don't get this though. Why is the match this big? It's like Nathan already won the game. Like, what are they doing? Is like Nathan just gonna go to Great War Age or something and just troll him or something? What's going on? What's going on, Willis? What is he up to? This isn't like a normal situation. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. This is like Nathan has already won the game basically. Like, look at the resource count on Ringo. He's like having to trade from his market just to get gold. Alright, Dragoons will be good here because they can fight both of these units in melee, and they can kite the Safahis. And then they can go and fight the artillery actually too. But unfortunately Abbas just showed up. Though not a lot. Yeah. Something wacky must happen here that makes it this lengthy of a match. Or Nathan just really fumbles his units. Yep, well, that cab's dead. Oh, this one. He's getting Janissaries now. Alright. TC's being sieged, it looks like. It looks like the land soldatars are going to blast into the infantry now here. Alright, he's using the Dragoons to get after the Safahi there. Is he in with one hit? Oh, yep, tower gets him. Okay. So now he's got a big mass of Jan's Abbas. I still don't get what's going... Okay, so he's got an anchorage here. This is the Danish dock, by the way. What sets it apart from a regular dock is that it like actually slows down enemy ships. And it has a booster that allows the Danish fishing boats to actually gather faster around the thing, making it really efficient. Yep, just fight those skirms there. Yeah, see, the only way I think this lasts long is if Ringo literally takes his vills inside of a fishing boat and, like, retreats them across this area here. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, how else would... Okay, he's getting Curus... Okay. Alright, that could change things. Because that splash attack, that'll, like... Okay, he's eating up his infantry now. It looks like Nathan's just focused on doing the siege here. No, finish sieging, because you've spent so much time sieging, you may as well finish it off now, because now he's going to kill all your stuff, and now he's going to have his stable still. He just wipes out his stuff. Wow. See, that's why assault units are so good, because they have hand armor, which allows them to tank some of this anti-cav damage from the Janissaries, and to that point, Janissaries are really bad at anti-cav. I mean, they are muskets, but their multipliers are like some of the most garbage ones in the musketeer class. So they're barely even pinging the hand armor of these guys. And then the splash attack just allows them to cut right through stuff. Like that. Wow. TC coming up over here in the front. How is this happening? Like, how do you mess this up that much, man? Wow. Jeez. Unreal. Insane. Yeah, now would be the time that I would pick up the Moss technologies personally, so you can get your train right up on the Vills. Problem is though, you gotta get your you gotta get the build limit increasing one, because where is he at now with the build limit? Oh yep, you gotta get the this one here, the Galata Tower District, so you can get your build limit up to 50 and then 75 of that 99. Oh, 45, never mind. Alright, same idea though. So now at least he can get his Vills out quickly again. Now, I don't know how the score is still close. Like, Nathan just completely wailed on him so bad. The only thing that keeps Ringo ahead here is like the fish economy. That's about it. If it went for anything else, it would be like totally one-sided right now. Oh yeah, no, like crazy stuff, man. Insane stuff. I like this little rowboat. Look at that. They have the settlers with the little oars, like doing the rowboat thing. That's so funny, actually. Yeah. Falconet's coming out now from the foundry. Okay. So where is Ringo at in resources? So he is going to get more rocks carts, I see. Does he? Yep, he lost the last one because he had to build a mill with it to save the thing. So he's going to have to get another rocks cart to get that eco boost back again. Alright. Skirmishers still coming out. I find these walls rather interesting. This is some... He's putting a wall between the fort and... between the fort and the stable. And they put a wall between here. This is like an Age of Empires 2, like type Arabia setup here, protecting your castle and stuff. It's like so funny to watch. Yeah, because you like never see people wall like this. But it's like so smart because it like protects the fort from being completely engulfed and surrounded. And then see, he moves his vills over onto the other landmass too. That's going to make him have access to all that gold and food, which is allow him to boom up even more now. Yeah. Ooh, good Mike with the kid it says. He's like spreading out really well onto his stuff here. I would kill the can though, just to save your skirms so they can help clean off some of the jannies. It's kind of like a symbiotic relationship in that way. Yep, get this mask because they're closely knit together. Then you can get the splash in there. I can't believe Ringo's like doing this. Now, get this Ox card out here and build like a plantation or something like somewhere over here. Don't, unless you can't, if you can get it out, but I think you can get it out now. Yeah. Nathan's letting them slap him on the back side here with the splash attack. This is like so bad, man, because look at all the free damage Ringo's getting from this. This is really big right now. Whoa, crazy, crazy stuff. Wow.
Klar. Klar. Hier. Commando.
Ja? Skotoga?
Alright, so he's got some Corsair Skirm. How about Nathan? Nathan's going like 4 barracks Janissary. Okay, that could work. Barracks coming up again. Like, what do? Do you get like mass skirm and go breach loaders, I guess, to shoot faster? I guess so. I guess that's what you do. If you go mass Jan, just get breach loaders on your skirms and go boop, 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 boop. But they improve rate of fire. That's at least what I would do there. Yeah, no, totally. 100% though. Yeah. Oh, somebody's doing a survey in the Discord about the activity there. Yeah. He's got the arsenal up to do the breach loads right now, so that's great. And then he'll be able to age up right now and go to get like guard skirms in age 4. Maybe get infantry combat too to boot. That would be pretty strategic actually, I think. But now Nathan's coming across here to kill his Vils. Look at this. Nathan is fully aware of his stuff. How did Nathan know about this? Did he just assume that? How did he know he was grabbing these resources here? Oh, he sees the animals. Look at that. Whoa. That's a big situation. Wow. I didn't even realize that that would have even appeared there. Yeah. Yeah, he just pulls the rest of the Vils off and gets them out.
Commando?
Right in the gunboat. Get in the gunboat and take off. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, yeah, idle right there. Get your guys off before you start poking around him, or else he's going to shoot your ship and then you're going to lose all the Vils. Don't be that crazy. Don't be that muy local. Safety first. You know, always put on a life jacket. I think Ringo just goes in Industrial Age, gets Guard Skirm. If he's playing into Jans, just get full like Guard Skirm. Because these guys don't get any Vet or Guard upgrades, they just go straight to Imperial upgrade. So, these guys gonna stay Age 2 stat all the way to Imperial Age. Just like crazy. Yeah, no. That gives you a huge advantage running Skirms. All Breastplate does is allows Cuirassiers to move faster, I think. Yeah, that's about it. How the gunboats doing? They doing alright? I think the gunboats are doing okay. It looks like his gunboats might beat out these Avisos. Wow. Yeah, gunboats are pretty good. Light ship carrying a cannon has a powerful attack for its cost. Yeah, no. No, they do some good damage. Okay, that one's dead. And then he just moves on to this one next. Trying to figure out who wins. I think the Aviso wins now. Yeah. No, it looks like it does.
Hier. Store.
That's some epic micro by Ringo, moving the skirms down here so they're farther away so they can shoot them from a longer range. You kidding me, man? That's like some crazy micro. And then using these gunboats to blast into his infantry to boot. Whoa, that's crazy. I mean, I didn't think Ringo would micro like that. Yeah. I will say, though, you know, Splash is not that good, so they're not really going to cook these infantry that good, I would say. And the range is only 22, so... Once the Jids move in a bit, it's like they can no longer really provide a support. And how Ringo keeps surviving these. Nathan should have had a couple of howitzers there to blast the gunboats or something. Like he's making it so easy for him to do this stuff. It's like crazy. How is Ringo getting away with this stuff? It's like wow. Ooh. Oh, tell me about. I don't know how he's even pulling any of this stuff off, to be honest. It's really shocking me at this point. Why is he not aged up to age 4 to get guard skirm? Hmm? Hmm? I don't know. It's freaking me out. I don't know why he's doing this. Just go to age 4 and get like guard skirm and get your stats up or something. Trust me, it'll make a world of difference. And then you can pick this up. Get even faster shooting skirms, which would be even better. Yeah, no, tell me about it. All that work just to take a town center out with a few vills. That's like insane. Using petards just for that. Really? Oh my god. Ugh. Some of this stuff is really surprising me. Wow. Unbelievable. I like the Falcon End edition though. That'll work really well there. Yeah, no. Is he going to like Industrial Age to get a... Why does he only have one factory? Dude. Why only one factory? You should have 2 factories in every armament deck for the Bombards, the Dardanelles guns. One factory is like way too weak. Yeah, you know why? Oh, wait a minute now. Is it because they changed robber barons to industrial level? Oh god. oh my god. Yeah. They changed it in the... He probably doesn't even know he only has one factory in his deck now. Or he just found out and he's probably like scratching his head. Humbarsis? Well, Humbarsis are good because they're one of the few OG Grenadiers left in the game that just throws bombs. One thing you'll know about Grenadiers, like real Grenadiers in this game, is they don't have any malices against Cav. They just do full damage against some cavalry. So if you got like a pack of like Cossacks or something, the grenade throw is enough to send them like flying into the sky. Yeah. And now he's sending in 2 bombards. But he's gonna have to be careful because he didn't check his deck with the patch release and now he's only got 1 factory. Whereas Ringo I think is fine because he's got like 2 factories, right? Let me check to make sure. Yeah, no, he's got factory 1, factory 2. Because this started out as industrial revolution, yeah. Question is, what does he get from here, though? Does he get factories? I think he's going to get factories. Unless he thinks he needs a huge ship into Lensildetars for some reason. Which I don't know why you would. Because you know he's going full infantry and stuff. Well, now he knows about the bombards because he just scouted out with his gunboats. He's actually going to hit him with the bombards now. So if Ringo has his own cannons here, he's going to stick him in a nice, like, line like this. Push forward. Now the cuirassiers need to go right up the cannons. Right in the front. Yeah, do anything you can to get rid of those bombards right away. He's going to get 1 of them, but now he's got another one to deal with. Okay. Good thing is the bombard's kind of distracted by the boat there. I was going to say if he like targets the boat for a bit, it might give the infantry and artillery a chance to like blast. Oh, but the gunboat shot the cannon. Oh, good. Now I think it's a Varingo win. I think Varingo's won it, man. And I think Varingo's humbled you once again, Nathan. Because now you have 1 factory and you can't replicate the bombards fast enough to succeed. Whereas Ringo, he can go factory, and go full Espangolar if he wanted to. And that's even if he does. He might just get resources and just spam them out with units. This is quite the interesting situation, yeah. Tell me about.
Commando. Yes.
One thing that shocks me is he's not even getting like guard skirm yet. Like, why are you not getting guard skirm yet? It'd like give you like 30% more stats, man. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, Willis? Get guard skirm. He's getting petards though when he's like, look at this fortification here. He's like walling it off and stuff. This looks like something we see out of AoE 2 with like bombard towers and stuff. Yeah, I know. I'm liking it quite a bit. Liking it quite a bit, honestly. It's pretty cool looking. this to me is looking a little bit cringe because it's like, dude, get a foundry over here so you don't have to keep moving them back and forth on the water. It's kind of strenuous to do it that way, you know? Yeah. So what is he going to do here? Okay, he knows he's got army there. Ooh, okay. So what does he do? Does he come in the back and like blow up his... Okay. I was gonna say, like, if you could like come up here, snipe his factory in the back and stuff, that would be pretty disturbing. Oh yeah, no. Totally disturbing. You get his other factory now. Also, why is such little pop? I feel like these people are being like sleepy. Like that. It's like, speed up a little bit. Wake up. Start building houses and stuff. Like, being so slow. And was this like the retirement home or something? Look at these people. They're so slow. Well, tell me about. I mean, at least Nathan's got a few more houses. Like, jeez. And I think he got really ruined by playing Ottomans that has no late game compatibility until you get to Imperial Age. So that's where he got sort of messed up. Maybe if he was like another Civ, he'd be alright. But yeah, no. I mean, then again, he played Italy earlier and kind of performed at this same level as well. So I think that one was just caused by him making like the wrong unit. He went like maneuver when he should have went like skirmish or something. But yeah, no. Questionable stuff. That's all I'm going to say. Questionable stuff. He's getting Cuirassiers right now, too. Why is he getting... He's getting pikemen? What's he getting pikemen for?
Yeah.
And he got guards... He's actually getting pikemen. He's actually getting pikemen. What is he getting pikemen for? You know the Civ doesn't get Royal Guard pikemen, right? That's like so bad, man. Don't get Pikeman. What are you gonna do with Pikeman? I don't know what he's gonna do with Pikeman. It makes no sense to me at all. Like, why is he getting Pikeman for? Alright, guard Kulisar, that's good. Alright. Guard Kulisar. That should be good. Oh, he got Pikeman here. Okay. So he got Pikeman just to fight a cavalry raid? Really? Why Pikeman? Okay, I don't know. I guess maybe because he felt like, they'd be a bit more efficient than Land Soldatars. But still, I would go Land Soldatars because at least they can go up to the guard upgrade and stuff, and you can use them for other things. Veteran Pikemen just go obsolete. Alright, this is over. I mean, he's going to clap these Janissaries with guard skirms. And then Kulisar, and he's got cannons. Ringo just has the bare military here right now. He could not mess this up at all. Like, I guarantee you. Like, it's impossible for Ringo to go wrong here. Like, oh, yeah, like, Guard Cuirassier is going to clap these unupgraded cabs. You kidding me? Falconets are going to shred, like, huge portions of the Jans without even trying. Yeah, like, look at the splash attack just eating into this stuff. Wow. Oh, lordy. Ugh. Oh, he's cooking them. He's cooking them good. I mean, look at this stuff. He's, like, doing okay. And how's Nathan's economy? Yeah, he's, like, completely cooked right now. He's being out the cab, too. He's being out the cab, too. Yep, he's dead. Nathan's dead. If Ringo's just gonna add a ton of Cuirassiers in, they can still add skirms, too, if you wanted. Does he have a barracks or anything? He doesn't have a barracks? Weird. What is he doing, man? I don't know. Did he like P2? Oh, now he's gonna throw the P-tards in, yeah. Why don't you get the farms? Blow up the farms. Get the plantations. If you blow those up, you win. You get them. What are you doing, laddie? Did he get, he didn't even get this yet, because then the skirmishers would fire even quicker. Tell me about it. Ah, GG. Good match. That was a long one. That was almost an hour long. How did that get an hour long? Oh my god. It was so big I literally had to heat up meat and cheese and stuff just to sleep. Oh. That's all I'm going to say, man. Well, they did one more. You got the R1 up here now. And then we're done with this patch, I think. And then we can move on to the new hotfix, yeah. I'm going to, like, install that update, and then we're going to, like, play. Well, not play, but I'll cast those games for you, too. Just so you can see them and stuff. They're going to be showcasing Saudis, I think. So that should be fun. Oh yeah, no, Saudi Arabians will be a fun watch. The Saudis is one we don't see a whole lot of, and it's always fun to go over them when we can. Alright, here we go. Is it going to be Veringo still going Danish, or is he going to go Germany or something? Yeah, good question. I think if Veringo went with his Germany, Nathan would be in bigger trouble. Okay, so this is Nathan on... Oh, it's this map. Oh, it's Shangri-La. Okay. He's still going Danish. Yeah. Alright. This one shouldn't be very long, I think, unless they play heavily onto this side of the map, yeah. Because basically how this map works is, it's the plateau of Tibet over here. You got the Himalayas, and then you go over here, and it's literally just like northern India. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how they show that all there, basically. It's like two different like environments on top of each other, pretty much.
Whoop.
You have to move those up too, yeah.
Yeah. Kommando?
Alright, so this is the same deck you ran last game, alright? Yeah, looks like it. Nathan's run. Oh god. He's running it still with only one factory? And what did he get? He got the Shamari Dabats. So he just add like a Middle Eastern mercenary in there. Yeah. Oh yeah, didn't these replace the Mamluk or something with... Yeah, that's right. That's right. So instead of Mamluks, you have 6 Shamar Dabatis, which are basically just mercenary Falice. So they're like assault units to do a charge attack. That might be a bit of a downgrade, but we'll see. We'll see. I wonder if he'll run them, just so we can see what it's like. Yeah. This is another big match, too. This is another big one. I don't think it probably won't be as long, I don't think. But, yeah, no. I mean, in the other one, we were like 4 minutes in, and the thing was barely even moving. So this one will be a lot quicker, but, yeah. Interesting. Interesting either way, yeah. Alright, I'm laying Core Master again for Danish. And what about, I'm going Artisan, right? Yep. Picked up wood. Wait a second now. Did he go with... Oh, he went with the governor there. Wow. The statesman. Yeah, the statesman. Now he's going to pick up 700 gold. So he's going for Fast Fortress again, just like he did in the previous one. Now that's fascinating. Look how the goats of Ringo's captured down here now. Why is he bringing them all the way along the... Oh, to avoid his train post. Ah, that's kind of smart, actually. Yeah, no, I didn't even think of that. Pretty smart idea, actually. Is he getting a... Oh, he's getting a livestock pen for the goats. That's smart. Because then he won't have to move down to the other side of the map for a while. He can just stay up there. Pretty smart, actually. I like that. Good tactics. Good tactics. Barracks and what? Double barracks. Double barrack. Oh, because he knows he fast fortressed. Okay. And he's probably expecting surprise, right? Yeah, no. I guess that seems rational when you think about it. Alright. It's better to have like too much production than little production when somebody fast fortresses like that, I guess. Yeah, no. Should be pretty good, I think. Yeah, no. Totally. Totally strategic there. Here comes the Safahis there. And Ben Varingo's just gonna go mass Lensil that right? Oh, the barracks there. Maybe. We'll see. So what is the plan for Ringo? He's just gonna age up or something? Yeah, see, I would be worried if when I'm in Fast Fortress like that they're gonna push me right away. I mean, Outposts are great and all, but if he gets Falcon Outs, it's still not gonna do anything against it. So you gotta be very prepared for that sort of thing. Yeah, tell me about. I mean, if I was Armin's, I was doing a Fast Fortress like that, I'd be right up his tail right now, pushing him and stuff, and he'd be like, "Oh no, Juanito, Gringo, what you doing?" Like that. You don't play it slow like that because he can push you at any time. It can be very dangerous very quickly. You don't know. $600 wood, yeah. What's he aging up with? He's going up with Inline. Yep, that's a pretty good one to go for usually, yeah. So he's got the mercenaries in now, the Dabbits. These are just mercenary freddies with like a full charge attack of 140. So they do a lot of damage with that charge attack. It's like lethal to a lot of units instantly. I was wondering why that wagon lasted so long. I noticed it had 50% hand armor, so they're actually good at like tanking charge attacks. Like if I'm ever in a battle, I'll take an ox car and stick it in the front of the cab and see if it can soak some of those melee attacks or something. You never know. That'd be pretty nice. Now he gets land soldats and pikemen, but it's like, dude, they're completely on upgrade, so there's like no reason to even age up if that's all you can muster together, you know? If you're gonna age up, make sure you can get stuff down quick. This is just really bad. Just unupgrade pikes and land soldats against all that stuff just doesn't work. You gotta get like a real force of things and really make it pop. This was much better execution of a push by Nathan. Still, he could have done it a bit quicker, but at the end of the day, it made it work. Totally. Yeah, like at this point, like Ringo's just doing like unupgraded pikemen. That's not gonna do a lot against this mass, especially when he has Jan Abbas mixed in on top of all that, basically. And see, he set up another base across the Himalayas there in this spot. With the fort, too, to make it extra hard to get to it. Yeah. Classic Vringo. Always, like, retreating away and putting a fort in front of his stuff. Oh, good match. Good match. I think this is a much better one for Nathan. Yeah. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to I'm going to run the updater and try to patch my game successfully, hopefully. So yeah, let me do that real quick. Let me look it up on my machine, the updater, and then we'll make it work. Updater. I found it. Okay, let's run it. I'm hoping that the patcher works today. Now I gotta put in my directory. Let me put that in this PC, OS, Steam, no, program files, Steam. I'll say I've already Steam. Where's Steam? Put Steam in here. Steam apps, common. Age of Empires 3. And the Bolero directory. There we go. Alright, let's run it. Yep, we got the update. Patch 1.2.0a. About 8.12 megabytes. Alright. There we go. It's patched right now. And it says we're successfully updated to version 1.2.0b. Oh, okay. Alright. Sounds good. Alright, let's run it. Let's see how it looks. Hopefully we don't have any bugs or anything. Yeah, tell me about. Alright, so now we're going to look through the recordings and see which ones we got here. I think we got about 4 working ones. There is one on King of the Hill, but I guarantee you it might crash Bandicoot on us. So, it's a little risky. It's a little whiskey. A little risky. Okay, so yep, these are the new updates. The middle fix. Fix early OS issues. Nerf Korean Grand Palace. Many balance adjustments for Millisieves. Minor bug fixes and balance. Bolivian Pongo and native units have been readjusted. Honoraros. And Millie's map, mercenaries and outlaws are now enabled properly and in the correct order. Yeah, pretty much. What did they mean by fixing the natives of the Bolivians? Just, I'm curious about that. Let me go to Sucre. Look it up. Because I think they just did stuff with the Kiaruna, right? Nothing else. QRS. Yeah, let's just look at it together. I just want to see like what they truly did with Bolivia. So this is the same, right? Yep. Totally. Alright, so everything else is the same. All they did really was just okay. Sounds good to me. I just want to see what the bill limit is on these Kiarunas real quick. Yeah. Let's just try it real fast.
I can defeat you, even if you have made the situation more favorable to you than our last encounter.
Sí, yo voy. Voy a ir. Constructor.
So these are... So you can get up to 20 of them, but they no longer have pop. I like that, because then you don't have to spend resources on houses and stuff. That's pretty helpful. Totally helpful. You cannot build another Sociedad Folklore. What do you mean? What did they do, man? Does it cost pop space or something? That's weird. There we go. It requires pop space? Yeah. It does, doesn't it? Why does this so that cost like 1 pop space? That's like a weird bug. Tell me about. Oh, once we get this, then we can get even more. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Yeah. I feel like now that plays a lot more into the Oblivion strengths now, yeah. Pretty much. And then we can get all these. Okay, I'm liking this now. No, this is good stuff. This is good stuff for the Civ. I definitely like where it's going. For sure. Totally.
Va bene. Tocca farlo. Tocca farlo.
Costruire.
Prepara, lo haré.
I want to see what outlaws they get. Oh, they got my Levos. Whoa, nice. And then they get Pish tacos. Basically a what are these guys? So they're a melee skirmish unit. So they're what are they, like Arumis basically? Oh, so they're like little Arumis. That's actually quite nice because that kind of gives them a mix of every melee unit that they might need, yeah. And then they get let me see the last one. What's this? And this is good against heroes and spies, but it looks like a generally good assault unit too, like the honor guard, yeah. So these all look pretty reasonable actually, yeah. Oh, that's nice. I like it. I was just trying to figure all that stuff out, basically, because I didn't dig into the Civ just yet. Totally. Alright. Let's restart into... Yeah. So what's the recording called? I'm trying to read it here. Let's see. After hotfix. Oh, we got a lot of recordings to do then, huh? We got a new series between Veringo and Nathan after the hotfix. Let's check it out. Unless you want to see... Do you want to see 2v2 games or... What? because we got 2v2 games, and then we have yeah. All right, I'm trying to decide. Then you also have Bisht Imams, increase the gather rate of nearby servants. Furrier is actually an awesome card because it also affects Middle Eastern bushes. So it actually helps you in early game and late game. It's like, this is like such a Giga Chad card for like Middle Easts. Because it gives you such good early game potential, and then in late game, it helps you out even more. Yeah. Quite good. Crates, Vills, Mutawa, Jundi. And then he has the Wadi Al Ajman here too. This is the one that lets you make Mutawins from your Oasis, yeah. The Oasis is this building that you can build right next to the Citadel as an annex, which means it has to be built next to a building. In this case, the Citadel, yeah. But one thing that you see a lot of skilled players like Gormistan doing is they'll actually take their Oasis caravan or their Oasis wagon and scout around the map with it, and then they'll come back with the Prospector and then construct with it, yeah. Basically. Looks like a pretty normal wagon, honestly, but yeah, no, it builds an Oasis. And the Oasis acts as your fountain building, giving you food bushes or gold bushes, and then if you send Wadi Al Ajman, then you can make Mutawins. These guys, the Mutawas, they're basically just Strelets, but they have like the stats of a crossbowman instead of a skirmisher, making them even cheaper and weaker. Yeah, you should like spam 1,000,000 of them if you're going to use them. And with the Wadi Al Ajman card, you can do exactly just that. I suggest you always run Advanced Gunsmith because it adds more range onto the Mutawas, plus the Jundis, which is great value with one of the techs that unlocks. Another thing you can do with those masses of Bedouins is also help to fight treasure guardians too, like this. It's quite helpful. I see James sent the shipment of delis to try to raid Gormastand's position, but unfortunately he came back with his army of Mathawas and Bedouins, and now I'll be able to intercept him. From what I see, it looks like Nathan went Fast Fortress, and it looks like James went Semi-Fast Fortress with Almonds. Now he's picking up a fort, getting down a temple to get his important improvements for his villagers.
هيئة اللواءات.
Alright, so he's going to get a citadel, looks like. Yep, very nice. Citadels are always a good thing to go for. They're pretty much essential for Saudi Arabians because you can only have about 2 oasis annexes per citadel. Thus, you are forced to get multiple citadels from the home city if you want to get a ton of oasis for your base instead of just like up to 4. Yeah. If you get both citadel cards, then you can have up to 8. combined between all 4 citadels. Alright, so India's coming in with Sepoys and Sawar as well. That's a lot of them. Sends in the Bedouins first to meat shield, and then the Mataweens from the bomb to start blasting them. It's a good way to keep the Matawas alive a bit longer to do their damage. We'll get these Sawars here engaging with Nathan's Hussars though. Pretty big brawl. Nathan has gone to the Industrial Age, and now he'll be able to get pretty advanced shipments in. He'll be able to send in this infinite shipment here, which is good. About 1 steel cam with 3 Hussars. Pretty powerful. Gatling camels. Oh, he went to Industrial Age and got the Vickers purchase. So now he can train Gatling camels from his hookah lounge caravan, which is quite nice. Yeah. This is one of the only machine guns left in the game that acts like an old machine gun. It actually counters infantry still, with the crush damage and the anti-infantry multipliers. Two Falconet shipment with Mass Abyss and then Sawar Sepoy. That's a big mass, actually. Big push. What is Guimasan doing? He's like 2 shipments behind, man. He's not even sending them. He got like cans and stuff. He's not even doing that. I don't even know what he's up to. Like, I would do size better than that, I think. So at least I would like hit him with constant Faris and stuff and really push him hard. I don't know what this lad's doing.
أجل سيدي.
Trying to figure out what his plan is. Is he like trying to go mass Mathawa and then just convert them all to Ilkwans with the Ilkwan Manata'ala? I think so. He might be. It's probably the only thing I could think he could probably do at this point. But I think that's, you know, going to be risky because obviously you got an arm and stacking Abbas guns. You think you can really go full maneuver like that? The only thing that'll help Ralph mostly is just the Sawars. But then again, he's got some Goblin Camels here to support him, so that might be alright. Definitely. That might help out a bit. You should get Shisha, though, to get them down to 3 pop. Then they're basically the same pop as like a Splash Cap, like a Kudasera at that point, making them quite useful. He's just picking up his Moss Caravan now. What is Monster Hungry up to? They going with anything? This is a few Kula says, yeah. Pretty much. This is the Moss Caravan right here. Initially, I think they were just going to use the one from Egypt. But they end up making it look like this really cool tent with like the Islamic moon on it. It's like a little mini covering on it, basically. On a single camel. Alright, he's going to Industrial Age and he's probably going to pick up his bombards. Once he does that, it's going to be really tough for these guys to really push anything at all, I would say. Totally. They better be careful. Yep, now there are Lilquans, so now they're full maneuver. Ooh, the sandwich that the kid says in the back, that's so huge. Oh man. Nice big sandwich. And almonds aren't even doing... Well, they send some stuff in, but it's not a lot. I don't think it'll even help against all this Kurosawa stuff in the front. Oh, he just resigned. Wow. Can't blame him. It's not like almonds can send much support at this point. Yeah. Gotta go check something real quick. I'll be right back. Got the weird inkling that I want to set together a Saudi Arabian deck. Trying to find all the cards I need for it. Yeah, let me see. Definitely want this. Jundies, yeah, Jundies. Oh yeah, that's good, right? Yeah. Actually, I like this. I like having the Matawas be stronger, yeah. If anyone wants to play, I'd be willing to do a match now. I don't think I want to do any more casting stuff. At least not for tonight. Let me see if we got anyone for a Willow. Anyone for Willows? Juanitos Willows? Just to see if anyone wants in. Oh, Zelda Verde said, sorry, Gringo. Next week I have vacaciones. Yeah, so he has a vacation next week to play some Willows. Ah, okay. Yeah. Well, if nobody wants to do Willaro, and we don't have any energy to play anything, to cast anything, I guess I might do an hour or two of Star Wars for you, maybe. I don't really want to play Kirby Air Riders. Yeah, no. Why do you want me to do Definitive Edition? I don't really want to load Definitive Edition this late either. I don't know. What do you think? Chat disconnected. Wait while we're trying to be able to connect to chat. Please try again later. That's weird. Super weird, man. Alright. Yeah, let's keep continuing then. Yeah, totally. I hope we didn't lose connection there because I heard we lost internet connection in the house or whatever. Hopefully we didn't lose a lot of content during that. Yeah, hopefully not. Would be pretty annoying. We lost about 408 frames. That's sneaky. Looks like we got just about all the content. Yeah, no. Yeah, everything's fine. Yeah. The stream looks pretty full right now. Yeah, okay. Looks good. Yeah. Sounds good to me. Alright. Well, nobody wants in. I'll set up my Star Wars stuff now and do. I'll keep doing matches until people go to bed or whatever. Yeah. Yep. Give me a second to set that up. I have to like get my keyboard out and I have to plug it in and stuff and get my mic unplugged and everything. It'll take a while, so give me a few moments. Oh yeah, I have to set up my OBS too, right? Reduce the bit rate and stuff so we don't crash out or anything. Yeah, I'll do that too. I usually set to like 450 and then set it to P3 instead of P4. There we go. Alright.
rebels somehow made planetfall through our protective shield. They are to be wiped out. This research installation must be protected at all cost. Advance and capture all key positions, then hold them until the rebel assault has fallen. Dorn is in our hands.
Elite ally landing. Assist is required.
sector. Fall back toward the supply hold. I've got a plan. Transports are on their way to get us out, but they need time. We'll hold the first order at the supply hold for now. It's as good a choke point as any.
All we can do is hope we bought the crew enough time to get away.
The Imperial advance on Hoth stops here. They may have the firepower, but we have the resolve.
Attack the target area!
The Imperials can be beaten. We must capture and hold these command posts against them.
Star Cruiser won't save the resistance here on Takodana. Its demise will only add to our glorious victory. It's now a priority target. Begin. We will send a boarding party to that cruiser once we've secured the sector. Begin the assault.
Our forces have secured command post door.
their undoing.
I'll show you the dark side.
had significant damage. Return to the surface and do not lose ground support again. You rebel scum.
Target approaching!
You and me, we got this. don't have the manpower to sustain more attacks. All we need is a repeat of our previous success on the surface, and they'll have no choice but to abandon this planet.
The traitor calling himself Finn has joined the enemy. He must be neutralized. friends here out of their yard. Follow me, fast and hard. We need to get on that Seppi ship, boys. It's not gonna happen until you capture those command posts. Get on it.
The separatists must be going now.
I knew you had it in you. Next stop, mayhem and destruction on the Dreadnought. Second your boots hit the deck, you need to track down those targets and hit them with everything you've got.
Ahsoka is back for more. Can't stay away, huh? I see you.
We've gained the objective. Well done, brothers. We got our foot in the hatch, but it's not over yet. Keep moving. Count Dooku has entered the battle. Taking down the target. Darth Maul is here.
Misa Gungin, who's a user being? on speedy fast.
surface. One more victory then, we should have the planet secured.
Oh, Me's an expert in this.
bloody rebels somehow made planetfall through our protective shield. They are to be wiped out. This research installation must be protected at all cost. Command posts are to be captured and held against the rebel onslaught. Proceed.
Position Dorn has been secured by us.
Alright, I think I'm gonna be done for now at least. Thanks for coming to the stream, everyone. I'll try to do some stuff tomorrow. I don't know what, but should be fun either way. Anyways, thank you so much for showing up. I'm gonna be signing off now. See you mañana for some wonderful gameplay action of some kind, yeah. Man, Woe is looking weird this patch. Go sleep. Go sleep. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, well, there is a mod for Age of Empires 3 Legacy for Star Wars. I just don't have access to the download, unfortunately, because I guess I lost access to that Discord server when my old account got hacked, and I don't know how to get back in. Yeah. Yep, I will indeed. Yeah. Totally. But yeah. I hope that Titan Joker does get to port that mod to Definitive Edition, because he said he would. That way we can play Galactic Empire, droids, rebels, and clones. He might add some other factions too from the Galactic Battlegrounds, yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't want Star Wars in Definitive Edition 3? It'd be such a good mod. It already looks beautiful in Legacy with the AT-ATs and stuff. And the walkers and everything. Looks so accurate. And they have all the flight physics of the Wars of Liberty airplanes. Yeah, it's actually quite nice. Now, I hope in Definitive Edition they can get some better physics on the flight stuff. Or they might even have to make it in Retold, because the Retold engine is basically like the AoE3 one, but even better technically. So, yeah, theoretically they could do that as well, I guess. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, tomorrow I don't know what we're gonna stream tomorrow. I had some ideas, but I'm having, I'm planning different things. So yeah, GG's. We'll definitely do Kirby this weekend, though. That's one thing I always promise is one day on the ranked ladder in City Trial, but everything else is kind of a wee.